Mosteller top, Mosteller to the lead. And here we are for now the 24th e-ticket event. Welcome to the SimShop Tailgate 400. I'm John Ramos, the voice of NR. To my right, the iceberg, Jarrett Lumber, getting ready to bring you the action from the drop of the green flag to the checkered flag waving. We've come all this way through a month and a half of promotion and excitement to bring you 40 trucks with 40 colleges all ready to take on 400 miles. And there's no better place to do it than Talladega.
Yeah, and this is going to be one that looks just different in every way. We have, I don't think, ever done a truck e-ticket. We haven't had all of them just donned in college gear in every way. So you're going to basically maybe have a conflict of interest if you're a fan, because you might like one driver, but say if you're a Michigan fan and they're driving an Ohio State truck, like, who do you root for? That's going to be really fun tonight.
It's going to be exciting to see, and that was the goal tonight, if you were wondering. Why not throw some ACC and SEC in there? Bring the Big Ten rivalries along with the Big 12. Independence, maybe the Mountain West. You see everything from some that are in the college football top 25, or maybe they're just really good at that college basketball. The exposure is high, the excitement is high, but for 40 trucks, it's about that time. We get ready to show you what we've got to offer. Talladega, 2.66 miles of hard racing action. You'll see 150 green flag laps bearing any green, white, checkered finishes that may come about with it. 33 degrees of banking, and Jarrett, we saw racing like crazy in those tests.
Yeah, I mean, at one point we were seeing 3, 4 wide, and it wasn't like they were all kind of gridded up either. There was a lot of movement and jostling in the pack. There's a lot of momentum that you had to carry, and the wildness factor of it too is the fact that this is probably one of the most topsy-turvy packages in multiple ways, but in one way, you can be leading, and if you get shuffled out of line, you will probably by the end, say, of leading 1 and 2 and being shuffled out, being like 20th or so by the time you get to the super stretch.
And that's what's going to be really exciting. We saw racing like crazy with that. The single file, it wasn't a shock when they were getting ready to test for pit road entry, but towards the end of those segment 5-lap, 4-lap runs, we saw 3 wide and 4 wide like we've never seen it before. 4 wide with the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. I mean, it is insane how tightly knit they are together. And look at this, from the Tar Heel Blue to the Rocky Top of Tennessee, Iowa, with Kansas State. Every truck is so easily identifiable. When they climb that banking, you can't miss a single one of them.
No, and they all stick out, and that's what these guys wanted to do. They wanted to stick out that way. We even have some people repping their own college in this race.
And we're going to get ready to see a lot of that just in a matter of moments. Here's the big thing we got to talk about. It's tough to keep those trucks on the ground. They are hauling the hay, but the second they get sideways, the air gets underneath them. Jarrett, you see it right here. We have a problem. Let's be honest. Here's William Schmidt with the University of Colorado. The second the air gets under the rear end, it turns into a kite, blows to the side, and you're going to soon see Christian Delgado in the Kansas State 13. Sideways, the nose lifts up. This is going to be an underlining issue the entire 400 miles.
Well, and you said hauling the hay. I mean, they're about as light as hay as soon as the air gets underneath them. And we saw it. There'd just be some lazy spins, and all of a sudden, 2 or 3 of their tires are off the ground. So that's something that's going to collect a lot of people. You might even see people not even have to do any wreck avoidance because they're just going to drive underneath it. You're going to see one of the wildest e-tickets when it comes to any mistake anyone makes.
Here's the big thing as well, netcode. We've seen it nonstop in our night in America. Here's what we caught in the test. Lane Sanders, Auburn University, there in that 86. He comes down near the Aiden Walker 93. Bang, you see it. That's easily about 3 or 4 foot of netcode. Walker slides up the racetrack. After this, we had a multi-car pileup. And this is something we have warned the drivers, not just in pre-race, but for the last couple of weeks. Netcode is going to be an issue tonight. You see someone get sideways, you may start pointing fingers, but after a couple reviews, you may say, ooh, man, that is borderline if he was even going to make contact or not. The drivers know that, but I don't think that's going to stop the aggression.
Well, and I don't think that should be something that fans are worried about at home either. We've had e-ticket events before. I can think of last year's NWP 400 where netcode was known to be an issue going in. These drivers knew it and they counted for it and made a great race. So they're going to have to do a little extra work this time, but I think they can still make a really good race out of it.
Going to be fun to see. We do have a driver making his first ever NR Night in America e-ticket start from the UCLA. That's Jeff Perchatsky, actually graduated, now an alumni from that university. He'll be piloting the 48, but all eyes are on the big three, two-time e-ticket champions. For years now, we've been talking about who can get number 3. We got to wonder if tonight can be that way for Daniel Mosteller, Braden Movick, and Terrell Baker.
Well, and you brought up that there's one new timer in the field, which means this is a field of NR Night and e-ticket veterans. These are some of the best coming together to race this thing. So in a way, when you know how each person races, you got to think it's at least a little more tough because these guys are probably going to know some of your moves that you make. I think a lot of them have a good shot of previous e-ticket winners and these two-time winners, but when you got guys in the field that have raced with you for 4 or 5 years, if not more, I think it makes it actually tougher to get that third one.
That's going to be exciting to see. Now, when you know what's also great? The live chat. They have been on it. We see it on the right side of our screen. But weeks leading in, it's, oh, I'm big ACC, I'm big SEC. We had a nice little opportunity to talk with some of you all through the community, and we said, which conference do you think is going to go to victory lane? This is going to surprise everyone. Independence, Big 12, and other, just 12%. That includes Braden Movick. That includes Christian Delgado. That also includes Terrell Baker. Keep an eye for that. The Big 10, 29%. We see some loyalists out there, including with the Ohio State. A lot of fans already in the chat with that. The SEC, this one surprised me. 28%. We know we have a SEC heavy chat, but the ACC won with 31%. I think that's the Demos effect because that Tar Heel blue, I think, is carrying that entire poll.
I think so too, but I mean, that's another point we can bring up. Demos, he's somebody in need of maybe a little bit of redemption in this race. After the last race and where he finished, it's been tough for him the last couple e-tickets.
It's going to be interesting to see if he can do that because either what we've seen, it's wreck, bump, maybe a finish outside the top 20 or just a straight win. Michigan outside the top 20. Auto Club non-existent. Indy, he got bumped out of the Indiana 500. NWP went up in smoke to the outside wall, but also a two-time e-ticket champion just off this year alone. This could be number 3. Also want to point out from the stats proven, the drivers to watch tonight, without a doubt, are going to be Dylan Basin with the Alabama truck, Mosteller, Movick. These are the drivers that we saw holding on to the main groups up front through all the speed weeks.
Yeah, and to think that they're going to somehow fall off or make a giant mistake they haven't made so far, I don't really think so. I think that you kind of hit the nail on the head there, that these favorites, I mean, they are the ones to beat. And there's going to be some people who are normally favorites who might be playing catch-up in this race.
Going to be fun to see as we get ready to roll. Here's something to know. Pit window 35 to 40 laps. We usually like to keep an eye on testing and see what some drivers are doing. The big thing we saw drivers doing was testing for pit road entry. A lot are expecting those green flag pit stops to commence, and it's the biggest herd coming off turn 4. Get ready for it.
And something I want to point out from the test that we saw even just last night, they're overshooting the pits. I mean, they are gutting like the razor's edge, and they're getting cut on that razor because they're flying through. You'll see some guys who might try and just reel it back into pits. Some of them, they might just overshoot it so bad they got to do another lap around. And with what we've seen in e-tickets of these long green flag runs, you can't make these mistakes. You're going to lose the draft and lose fuel mileage.
Big thing to note, brand new race team. We all know Team TCB, PCR. We all know about PBR and all the PTSRI seams and machines out there. But how about RGR? We saw in the live chat before we even went live that we saw some fans of Yahir Rodriguez, Josh Kenyon, and Gavin Austin. These are names you've known throughout this year and throughout actually multiple years. They have formed a team. It's called RGR. Expect to see them make some big-time moves.
Definitely. They've been guys that have made some big moves the last couple. Putting them all linked together, that only can help them if they just keep it all going.
Going to be the best part of Countdown to Green. We look forward to it every single time. The live chat, play around with us because we want to hear your opinions. Jarrett, it's time. Who is your underdog for the 24th e-ticket event?
Well, we talked about it. These guys are all for one, at least. One isn't one of these, but all of these guys, other than that, are guys who have run e-tickets before. And I'm going to go with somebody who had to race their way into an e-ticket last time. Give me Nathan Dew when it comes to my underdog pick. He won his way in with the LCQ and the NWP 400. He doesn't have to do that this time.
That's going to be interesting to see. He's racing with the Florida State University. Excited to see if he can go ahead and get it done. Nate Dew, very exciting to have him. He's with Team T. But guess what? My underdog, I think, is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be hard to gauge this entire event for multiple reasons. Let's start with the first one. Trucks, Talladega, they can jam up 4x4. It makes one mistake happen and you're littering the field full of trucks and machines and parts. But I think Josh Kenyon is due. Here's a driver that has been very strong. He's the only one representing the entire state of New York with Syracuse. All of his wins in NR Night in America have come at super speedways. The most wins at Talladega, usually with the next gen. But he has been lighting it up in pre-race. Josh Kenyon, he's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
That new alliance put together, too. He's going to have friends out there to push him. So that is a big, big help. But I'm going to my fast four. This guy, I'm not used to putting him so low. I can say that I'm not. But I think he might need a little bit of redemption. He's had a tough last couple e-tickets after some great success. Give me Daniel Mosteller. Demos, I think, will be up there running for it. He's always solid in e-tickets, but he finished 40th in the last one. He needs some redemption.
He needs a lot of redemption. I think that Tar Heel Blue is going to be someone to watch. It's going to be really cool. The live chat already exploding with it, with the new icons. If you're a member, you can get all those beautiful icons ready to rock and roll. But mine, it's just a tad different, and here's where my explanation is going to need to come in. Here's a driver that's an e-ticket champion, but you probably don't even know it unless you've really followed along with us throughout the 3.5 years of NR Night in America. Here's a driver that has won multiple truck races in NR Night in America, but you never see him do well with Xfinity and the next gen. Give me Frank Horley. Going to be exciting to see what the Rutgers machine can do. He's always interesting because you just never know. He's strong with this truck. He almost won Las Vegas in a caution-free race with the truck. You put him in anything else, then the odds really start to expand. He's going to be definitely one to watch.
He definitely is, and he runs up front at times. It's just sometimes he gets taken out in other people's accidents. But going to my number 3 pick, I have to admit, John, a little bit of bias seeped in with this one. I'm a fan just like you guys at home. This guy's good at super speedways. It's checkers or wreckers for him. He's won at an e-ticket event before at Daytona. Andrew Cootie, Notre Dame. No. I'm sorry, man. I got to pick the Fighting Irish. I'm a Notre Dame guy. I'm a fan too. I got to go with them.
I can feel the energy in that live chat right now. Either you love them or you don't love them. It's one or the two. But then again, the experience is what's necessary. He's bold. He will make that bold move. He'll make that controversial move. If you are a fan of the 24, you're going to root for him. But man, that's such a tough pick.
He's either going to race up front to the very end or be crashed out in the first 30 laps. There's no in between with him in any way of his racing. And I think that's something that makes him one of at least the most interesting for people out there.
You know what? I'm a fan of the coin flip. And you know what I love about the coin flip? It's always 50-50. Either you're a winner or you're the other end, which means you didn't go to victory lane. And I think nobody more is like that than Daniel Mosteller. We just found out he has won 103 NR Night in America races. After winning the last NR Night in America, he said, you made a bet on private those for members. I went back and I private all those old NRs. Now, if you remember the channel, you go back to the first ever NR Night in America race, and we found out he's 103 strong. And even back in the day, it was checkers or wreckers. Nowadays, it's either 20th or 1st, it seems like. And I think we can see the same thing with that Tar Heel Blue.
I mean, you know, I agree with you. He should be up there. But here's somebody else. You know, we're talking about being bold. You just said my last pick was pretty bold. Well, when I told you my picks, that wasn't the one you focused on because I went a little more bold with my number 2 pick. He runs up front. He is so underrated at super speedways, the e-ticket events. He comes up there and shines. Gavin Austin.
Ooh.
I think he's gonna be up there. I think he can get his first e-ticket win tonight.
A little bit of Arizona desert action in this one. One of the RGR drivers. We just mentioned that one. You know what? Not a bad pick. Not a bad pick at all. But here's another thing we got to note. Can you be there at the end when it matters the most? We've seen drivers lead the most laps. We've seen drivers run up front in the top 5 and not be there when that checkered flag waves. I like the guy that can be versatile, whether we're on an intermediate, a road course, a short track, or a super speedway. I want a leader and someone that's going to be up there no matter what's going on from second on back. Give me Dylan Basin in that Alabama Roll Tide Toyota. I think he's going to be super strong. He's going to be up there. Don't be surprised if we're all singing the Roll Tide chant with him in victory lane.
Hey, repping the Holden Town colors too and all. I think it's a good pick. He's somebody who is always competitive. He's versatile, like you said. You got to be versatile to run up front in these e-ticket events and at super speedways. But, John,
this is it. This is what matters.
We were talking about stats.
Who's going to win?
There's a guy who is, as long as he doesn't crash, he is up front, top 2 a lot of the times. He's repping his own college. Give me Braden Mavick.
My
He's
goodness.
gonna win tonight.
Mankato's finest.
Yeah, Mankato. I think he's gonna be up there, that nice white and purple truck. I think it's gonna be in front of the field a lot tonight. I think look through the stats, and it's like a 3.0 average when he doesn't crash.
When he does not crash. That is the big thing, making sure that he's up where he needs to be. This is my big one, Jared. I'm going to be honest. Everyone's talking about the SEC and the ACC. Everyone's talking about those new NR drivers that are strong and bold, those young guys that will put everything on the line. But I'm a man of history. I'm a man of wanting to see what was still be great today. And I think we will see a 3-time e-ticket champion. Someone's going to be head of the table at the conclusion of this race, and it's going to be the man in that number 25, the boy from Boise of Terrell Baker. Give him his 3rd, and here's why. Look at the wins this year. SRX Daytona. He didn't need to run that race, lower horsepower car. He went out there and won. He is a C-Fix merchant. That's what we've heard through all the summer. And what is he good at in every NR night in America? Trucks. Talladega. Don't be surprised if the driver you were overlooking that's been so good for so long is crowned a 3-time champion.
We've seen him multiple times, John. He has been leading these races late, leading on the last lap. We saw him leading with half a lap to go and end up finishing like, 26 or something. He knows how to get it done. He knows how to do it. He can get it done. I think it's a good pick as long as he doesn't get spun by somebody.
You know what? It's that time. Let's head trackside because it's time to talk to some drivers, talk to SimShop, and hear about all the great things. And when we come back, we're qualifying to set that field for 5 minutes, and then it's all green flag action. Welcome to the 2024 SimShop Tailgate 400. Welcome to the 24th e-ticket event. Last time we were here, we celebrated another 2-time champion. Today, we wonder which of these 40 drivers, representing 40 colleges, from the SEC to the ACC, Big 10 and Big 12, have what it takes to be number 1. The idea of this event was pretty simple. Tailgating is huge in American sports culture, and rules from football to baseball and even NASCAR. But if it weren't for trucks, we wouldn't have tailgates. So what if we combine the love and culture of college, which represents multiple sports, and slap them on NASCAR trucks and take them to the biggest and baddest oval in the world? From idea to reality. Welcome to Talladega. Welcome to the SimShop Tailgate 400. What's great about what we do? The drivers make the storytelling a whole lot easier. You may be asking, what is SimShop and what does it mean for them to be a part of this event? I'm here with Wyatt Gooden, the CEO of SimShop. Wyatt, thank you so much for taking time out of your day.
Hey, John. Glad to be here.
Well, we're very thankful for you to come on to the now SimShop Tailgate 400. For the viewers back at home, what is SimShop?
Yeah, well, SimShop is the largest SimMagic distributor actually in the world. We're a North American distributor. We ship SimMagic hardware all over the country, and we're located right in the middle of the U.S. We're in Dallas, Texas. We also sell frames. We do a lot of turnkey setups, and we ship our simulators out to events. We do a lot of sims for race car drivers and all sorts of things like that.
So what is SimMagic and how does it compare to other products in the market?
SimMagic is a brand founded in, I believe, 2018. The owner was very into the hardware and very, very into wanting to make the high-end, range of products more affordable for everyone. We really kind of clicked as far as just sort of our philosophy for how we want to bring nice high-end pedal sets, nice high-end wheel sets, having a good ecosystem of hardware, and just have that ready and available for people at a great price point.
How reliable is SimMagic compared to other brands?
So the reliability aspect of it, that's really important for the consumer because these products are, when you compare it to the cost of real racing, it's affordable, but the initial investment into the high-end range of hardware is a lot of money. So everything for us is localized. Like I said, we're exclusively a North American distributor, but we honor our warranty with the repairs and replacement. So we do all the repair work, all the replacement works for all of our products, and even products from other distributors.
The big thing this race, who do you think's going to win and why?
Gotta say, I'm going for the home team. They're my guys. I know how talented they are, Raul Alvis and Mikey Mitchum, because I think they're going to be a tough team to beat. I know they're going to be working together, and Raul is just, everyone knows he's the super speedways are his thing. So I think, now he's got a teammate in Mitchie. Yeah, I think they'll be really hard to beat.
Are they using gear from SimShop?
Yeah, actually they're both using the, I believe, the Alpha and the Alpha Ultimate direct drive wheelbase, the P1000 pedals, which are, by the way, running at 360 hertz on iRacing. So the only other wheelbases that run at 360 hertz on iRacing are the SimCube wheelbases. So SimMagic 2 also running at a very high hertz rate, so I know they're getting really good force feedback out there.
Heck yeah. Hey, we know you have a Black Friday deal going on. How long is that 30% deal rolling through?
Yeah, the deals for Black Friday, or really that's just this whole remainder of the year, are incredible. And I'm so happy to be able to provide these products for customers at this price point, because it's just, there's no better deal in the market out there. Big sale, definitely check it out. And any questions you guys have, just feel free to reach out. Our phone number's on our website. You guys are welcome to call us at any point during the day. Exclusively for all you loyal fans and followers and supporters of this incredible racing league, IDK5 will be the discount code that we also will be running through to the remainder of the year. So make sure you don't forget to put that code in there for an additional discount.
Let's do it. Wyatt, I think it's time. We're hearing that. We're ready to go green flag racing. Are you ready?
I can't wait, John.
There's a fan that just messaged, hope Mankato State wins.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's the difference between racing an e-ticket versus racing an NR night?
The pressure. The pressure's way higher in e-tickets than normal NR nights, and it's really about who can rise to the occasion.
When they come around, there's always a lot of excitement. Why? What makes this such a big deal?
Because they're kind of like our crown jewels, Most of the preparation goes into these e-tickets. Being a winner of 2 of them, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel of getting the 3rd, and I put more pressure on myself to win that 3rd one than I have any of the other 2.
Is this the start of a new tradition? Some think, but for 40 drivers, being first is more than crossing the line. It's the celebration, excitement, and the daunting 400 miles that loom in making it that much sweeter. It's time to find out who will be etched in NR Knight's history forever. It's showtime for the 24th e-ticket event. Back live from Talladega as we get ready to rock and roll for the 24th e-ticket event. Welcome to the 2024 SimShop Tailgate 400. I'm John Ramos alongside Jarrett Lundberg as we get ready to qualify and get ready to set your field for the green flag action.
You know, John, as they start getting the wind-up lap going, you can see on the scoring ticker where you want to root for your favorite driver or your favorite university, college. They're all going to be there. You'll be able to find them. Lane Sanders getting the truck wound up. Takes a little longer for the trucks, doesn't it?
Yeah, so here's the big thing, too. They're cheesing, okay? That is one of the big things we're talking about. Outlawed for single-car qualifying that's ran on a separate day of an e-ticket event, but very much in favor for an e-ticket that is ran with qualifying the same day. Maybe saying, well, why is that? It's harder to mandate because somebody will always try to find that fine line. It was asked actually today during the drivers meeting of, hey, can we do this? Can we not do this? And I said, you know what? Do what you got to do to go on pole and get ready for the race. And they said, let's do it. Some drivers like Xander McKinney in the Ohio State Ford is like, okay, let's go. I'm tired of waiting. While others are more on the lines of 140, 87 down the backstretch. We have time. We just need one truck. We need one lap, and we're good to go.
Yeah, and so I love seeing the difference, I should say, of strategies that these guys have, because some of them want to start out in the back. We've seen, for instance, we saw him just before, Frank DeAngelis, where he likes to hang out in the back, avoid all the wrecks, and then at the end, show up front. So I think you're not only going to see the difference of qualifying, but difference of race strategy too.
Yeah, so 154 miles per hour is not going to be the top speed. We're going to see easily into the 190s, and with trucks, that is quick, which is why we see so much air get underneath them when they get turned sideways. So left side of your screen, you see currently the beautiful university icons, but soon we'll also see who's going where. William Schmidt with Boulder, top of the board with just around 2.5 minutes remaining. SimShop Alvis, and with BYU, they sit P2.
Yeah, and so you're going to start seeing the actual front runners start piling up towards the front. I'm not shocked at all in third to see Jackson Carr. He is somebody who always starts at the front of these super speedways and these e-ticket events. Pretty good way to stay out of trouble as well.
Now, we'll say this, Mom, if we start crunching the numbers a little bit, out of curiosity, who is one of the better e-ticket drivers out of guys like Mosteller, Braden Movick, and maybe even a James Thurston? Something to note about those two drivers, their average finishes are vastly different. Mosteller is a two-time e-ticket champion, but if you take out the races he has missed, the DNS he has had, and take the average finish of where he has come to the checkered flag, it's a 7.45. And you may say, wow, that's pretty good. How many times has he wrecked out of an e-ticket? Well, he's wrecked out 3 with 3 DNFs, a couple DNQs, so a 7.45, not too bad. But for a two-time e-ticket champion, you may be saying, oh man, definitely outside the top 20 a couple times. Let's look at James Thurston. This is a stat I think a lot are going to turn their heads. Right now, he's currently sitting 4th on the pylon, looking great. James Thurston has 0 e-ticket wins. He has missed 1 e-ticket event, that being the first, the Dynaco 400 in 2021. His average finish, if you take out the 3 DNFs, a 10.73. Put a decimal point between the 0 and the 7, and you start thinking to yourself, whoa, something has been a miscue. Wasn't he at one point the most winningest driver in NR Night in America? Winning an NR Night and winning an e-ticket, we've been told, is just night and day, and it's proven just with that James Thurston stat.
And while we're going through those, by the way, Gavin Austin top of the board. River Page up there. We saw Perchatsky and the 48 jump up in the top 10 as well. We're seeing everyone actually start putting down their laps. Still 2 to qualify, Dew and Mubik.
Yeah, right now it looks like Dew and Mubik will not be qualified. They're going to elect to start from the tail end of the field. They are lined up and ready to go. There's Drew Jua, he's on pit road. Mosteller, Garza, they're ready to end their time. James Thurston, we talked about him. Might as well try to go on pole, right? Couple seconds left. He might get there actually in time. And maybe not so quick for the driver from University of Miami. He goes 6th. So Gavin Austin, one of the picks from Jarrett Lundberg, going top of the board. And it's going to be a beautiful look with River Page on the outside. Drew Jua with the SEC representation. Mosteller inside the Fast Four.
It's a wonderful day, John.
It's a beautiful day for sim racing.
Yes, it is. We got these 40 horses prepared for battle. It's going to be one heck of a battle as well.
It's going to be very, very exciting. 150 laps of racing. We're ready for it. But race fans, you all know that if you win this race, you get not just the checkered flag. You don't get the fame, the love, and be etched into NR9's history books for the end of time. You get payouts. You win the race, you get $100. That courtesy of SimShop. Once again, use code IDK5 at checkout from simshop.com to get you the best gear in all of sim racing. Plus, they have a 30% deal that you can stack that 5%. Another thing to note, we do have some contingency sponsors that are on board racing with us, and oh boy, are they happy to be here. So let's talk about it. That means you don't have to win to walk away with some money. You just have to be one of the winners of those, should we call them side quests? I think we could call them that for a moment. The Lucky Duck Motorsports coming on to sponsor the Lucky Duck Clean Driver Award. The cleanest driver in this race will be gifted $25. You may be saying, how do you get those 25? Have the lowest amount of incident points, and the $25 is all yours. If you tie someone with the lowest amount of incident points, you better go out there and beat them, because the tiebreaker will go to the highest finisher in line. But that's not all. We got a lot more to talk about. No one's luckier than Bean, and the Lucky Bean Award will be given to the luckiest driver in this race. $25 will be heading to that driver, that competitor, awarded by Frank Horley. What's going to happen is him and his friends will look back to the event and say, okay, who was the luckiest driver? Who got through the big one? Who maybe got lucky from a netcode move? And they're going to award him $25. Exciting to see, really grateful for that. But with luck comes the opposite end. The most unluckiest driver, and I have 40 wins, will be sponsoring the Hard Luck Award. $25 will be gifted to the driver with the worst luck. Could be involved in the big one, could be up front leading, and maybe the internet goes out. I have 40 wins, saying $25. It is all yours. And then we have SimShop sponsoring the Most Laps Led Award. The driver who leads the most laps in today's SimShop Tailgate 400 will be awarded $25, courtesy of simshop.com.
And we have seen some guys before dominate, and you know what that'll probably make a lot of people in the back want to do? Not ride in line in a train, but let somebody lead 30 easy laps off the top.
The Pace truck is leading us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go take a look at your starting lineup for today's SimShop Tailgate 400 Row 1. It's the Battle of the West. Gavin Austin to River Page. Austin 22, River Page in the 60.
Row 2, a carbon copy of the finish of the Florida 500, side by side again for Daniel Mosteller and Drew Jua.
Can't look away from Row 3. Adam Garza is putting PBR on his back, and James Thurston is representing South Florida. The U is ready to roll.
In row 4, we got Josh Kenyon and Notre Dame's Andrew Cootie.
Row 5, give it to him, Jeff Perchatsky from UCLA, with William Schmidt representing the boys from Boulder.
Just outside of the top 10, Raul Alvis and Benjamin White make up row 6.
Row 7, bring it, James Bomar, LSU's finest, and Kenny Real saying, I heard that studio's from Nashville, Tennessee. Let's go ahead and represent Vanderbilt.
In row 8, Frank DeAngelis in the Oklahoma colors, and Michael Mitchum in that 38 for Virginia Tech.
Row 9, bring it. You got Dominic Barbagallo bringing Oregon, and hook 'em because Abraham Vila's come to play for Texas.
In row 10, halfway through the field, Dylan Basin in the Alabama hometown colors, and Rodriguez for Illinois.
Row 11, Frank Horley says Rutgers is all mine, and Zachary Trulis ready for Hottie Toddy. He's got Ole Miss.
In row 12, we got Lane Sanders in the Auburn colors and Riker Byram for Texas Tech.
Row 13, Jackson Carr is ready to go with the Iowa State, and Tyler Tinsley said, I love basketball, give me Villanova.
Row 14, Carlos Truther is going to be in the Liberty car, and Christian Delgado, well, he'll be representing Kansas State.
Row 15, Aiden Walker says Rocky Top, Tennessee, with Terrell Baker representing Boise State.
Just outside the top 30, Douglas Newbigging driving for Pitt, and Jermaine for Arkansas.
Row 17, Spencer Burns, the Penn State student, is ready to rock and roll deep in the field. And Andres Varez saying Kentucky Wildcats are all mine.
All the way back in row 18, Xander McKinney for Ohio State, and Corey Doozer in the 8.
Row 19, Eladon Contreras is representing Boston College, with Dean Broman in the 67 representing West Virginia.
And rounding out the field, Braden Mubick representing his college, Minnesota State's Mankato, and Nathan Dew shotgun on the field again for Florida State.
We'll get the one to go next time by in ready to go green flag racing. You're watching the SimShop Tailgate 400, 150 laps, 400 miles. Breaking news, no fog. We won't have that issue here today. We made sure it was ready to roll with us. Some notables, we already talked about it, and countdown to green, but now the new question is going to be, who have we not talked about? That's going to be strong. Ben White, interesting to look. Frank DeAngelis, he's been under the radar all of Speed Weeks, mainly being loud for the NR Night in America runs. Andrew Cootie, you had him up there. He's going to be starting in that 7th position.
We're going to have a lot of our stars of NR Night knee tickets all scattered throughout the field, but that I think also is going to be how we see these strategies go. Frank DeAngelis usually rides in the back. He's up towards the top half of the field in 15th. That's going to be interesting to see how long he stays up there.
2x2, 3x3, maybe even 4x4. We expect to see it all. 40 drivers ready to go green. Lights off this time by, and it's a Ford front row. You know, we haven't seen Ford win too many e-tickets, but man, they love showing up and showing out. Believe it or not, they are actually, of the big 3 manufacturers, the least winningest. That could change today with the tailgate win.
Well, and so we got an F-150 lockout up front in that front row, but the second row is a Silverado lockout too. A lot of really strong Chevrolets in this field, and of course we got a lot of strong Tundras too.
Time to blow your mind. It's the one to go. When they come off turn 4, the crowd will be on its feet. And you better strap down that TV because it's going to be jumping up and down. Welcome to Talladega, Alabama. Welcome to the first ever NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series e-ticket event, as we're just now moments away from the green flag. Lined up, ready to hang out with us. So many greats. The live chat has been moving. So many here to represent their favorite college, maybe a region of the United States that they feel may not get the recognition in motorsports. When you slam together the college culture and the NASCAR culture, football, baseball, basketball, and you start to realize there's so much going in to just a simple 150 lap, 400 mile event. The goal is simple. Be first on that final lap when the checkered flag is waving, but a lot can happen from the start to the finish.
You talk about culture with college, with other sports, NASCAR. You know what they all have in common with NR?
What's that?
Hyper competitive. Nobody likes finishing second.
No, sir.
You don't pay for second, you pay for the win. And you're going to see a lot of these guys take that hyper competitive energy. And I mean, we've seen 4 wide passes for the win this year. I could see them doing something crazier.
Let's get ready to see it. You've waited through October. You've waited through the beginning part of November. Thanksgiving is just less than a week away, but the sparks will fly on this Friday night in the sim. It's a beautiful afternoon to go e-ticket racing. The Ford front row brings us down as we light the fuse for the 2024 SimShop Tailgate 400. 2x2 climbing the 33 degrees of banking. Gavin Austin, the first one to get a nose out in front. He's got Drew Jewett at his inside, slammed to the back end of the F-150. Makes a quick peek to the outside to lane 2.
And up front, Drew Jewett does not stay in line. He wants the lead early. Heading down the super stretch, Georgia goes to the lead.
And already they're fanning out 3 wide. You see Raul Alves way to the outside. He's got Kenny Reel in tow. He's got Michael Mincham in tow. We expected maybe 2x2 to start, but already that third lane's coming in. It's the SCC machine on the outside with Drew Jewett. He's got the dogs in view to try to lead lap 1.
A bit of a strung out, spread out start to this race. Getting the first lap done, though, it's Gavin Austin keeping the lead from the pole. A big push now from Garza heading through 1 and 2.
Don't look now, but that top 16, 17, that's the big shuffle you're starting to see. Adam Garza lined in with Gavin Austin on the inside lane. 3 wide now. Dylan Basin has joined ranks to the outside. That's with the 34 Raul Alves. They're trying their heart out to get it going, and Drew Jewett's around. Up the nose of Gavin Austin. He slides. He may have saved it. Austin makes contact with Raul Alves, and on lap 2, the caution weighs. I believe Andrew Cootie got a piece. That's Kenny Reel. He's involved as well. Douglas Newbigging had a bailout to the grass, and just off the jump, we're already under the yellow flag.
We knew that it was going to be difficult to keep these things going forward, going straight, and all it takes is one bumper hook, and they're off.
Josh Kenyon got through. Braden Movitt got through. Douglas Newbigging, we talked about him going through the grass. Andrew Cootie, that's the damage to him. Look at the nose.
Yeah, I'm interested.
out.
I'm interested to see the damage on some of the other trucks too, because it looked like some of them got away without too much. But we'll have to see the replay on that.
Andrew Cootie had to sit out the NWP 400, comes back, and just 2 laps in, the first retiree. We're looking at Spencer Burns to see what his deal is. The Gavin Austin machine, he was up front. Not a lot of damage for him. This is the second e-ticket this year that we've had a yellow before lap 3. Last one was the Indiana 500, and in that event as well, we had a driver get airborne. Still looking for Drew Jewett. There he is. Talk about luck. He may get the Lucky Bean Award for that one.
He really might, because he actually started getting some air up front. Still managed to keep it to go down track out of the main pack, it looked like. So not much damage. Let's see what happened here.
This is going to be the big look. Adam Garza there in that 22 machine on the inside. We also worried about pushing and shoving if that was going to be a big issue. I just remember seeing the Austin machine get turned. Drew came down like he was clear. And oh boy, wasn't he.
No, he wasn't. See Gavin Austin get a little air. He goes up the track, and nowhere for Alves to go.
Oh.
Hard hit there.
And Drew Jewett, we are hearing, will most likely get a penalty. There's Dylan Basin.
What happened with Cootie? I want to see what happened there.
Did not take long.
He's third on the bottom there in that 24. You see, wow, look at that 81 get through there. And where was he going?
He was bailing to the bottom, thinking something was going to go wrong up front.
And he collected Frank DeAngelis as well as Kenny Reel.
Oh, no.
I mean, he had it cleared. I'm wondering why he went so far to the bottom there. He had it cleared. That's going to take out some, if not take out, at least hamper the races of some really competitive trucks. Yeah, it's like he lost control when he dove down.
Not expecting. Look at Jeff Perchatsky. Oh, man.
Wow. Right into Frank. Perchatsky got a jump scare all of a sudden with the 24 jumping in front of him. But that might be another one to get that lucky award.
Wow. I'm just in disbelief. We saw the damage off Cootie. We're like,
I'm wondering.
He should have gone through it.
I'm wondering. I mean, there is no love lost between Cootie and Frank DeAngelis, and I think Frank is probably not a happy camper sitting in that truck right now.
No, I don't think so at all. Well, the lights are on. We are looking, and we are getting word now from Andrew Cootie. His wheel shut off.
Oh, man.
His wheel has shut off, and you know, this is a great time to talk about SimShop. SimShop.com. Use code IDK5. You won't have any issues with your wheel. I'm telling you, if you go to SimShop, they have a 30% code, or should I say 30% Black Friday discount currently going on. You can use IDK5 to get 5% off. You won't have any issues in any future e-ticket events when you shop with SimShop. Unfortunately for Andrew Cootie, a mechanical failure on his own sparks the first line of drama. And we are here in L1 and L2 for Drew Jua just off the jump of this race.
Yeah, I don't know where he was going on that one.
Wheel shutting off. He is out of the race. Andrew Cootie out of the car. First retiree. You know what? And it's unfortunate because we've heard stories. We've heard horror stories of what's happened in times past where drivers will have mechanical issues with their wheel. For Jaden Reyna, back in 2021, his wheel caught on fire while racing in NR Night in America. The belts got stuck and jammed together. Andrew Cootie, he yanks it down. I wouldn't be surprised if he accidentally hit a kill switch, and all of a sudden, the wheel has no pull, and you can tell that possibly the brakes maybe had something going. Slams the inside wall. He is now out. This puts Moss Stellar on the front row with Josh Kenyon and Frank Horley, and the Dew crew is there in fourth. Already, we haven't even sparked lap 10. And the questions of, oh, this was just the first 5 laps. What's next for the 145?
But hey, you know, we talked about Kenyon being that front row. He's part of that new team, RGR, up front, early represented. And Demo's one of the, I think the only driver both of us actually agreed on for our Fast Four, now up front with the lead.
Chevy front row. Frank Horley there with Nathan Dew. All lined up, and we'll get ready for a restart. What was Fords now line up as Chevrolets. The pace truck will make the hard left on the pit road, and we'll get ready to go green. The Tar Heel blue with the Syracuse orange. A lot of racing left to go. Back underway from Talladega. Frank Horley inside. There's a separation from him in the Dylan Basin 11. Basin now closes to the tailgate of the 2. The outside lane, we saw it all lined up well. The inside lane, that's the advantage off turn 2.
And we've seen the inside lane on the start and a restart now with the advantage. Demos with the lead, but Kenyon with a huge push from Dew going down the super stretch.
And if you don't think this caused any mass worry, think again, because here's Baker, who was single file there with Ben White. Tinsley finds the bunker. He drops way to the back end. This is William Schmidt running the 28th position. The conga line of machines in front of him, the conga line of machines behind. A lot of these drivers are now lined up to possibly ride around. Up front, not the case. Josh Kenyon's on the inside, Dew on the outside. A shot from Adam Garza, and Garza turns Dew into the outside wall.
And now you have to wonder what other favorites got taken out in that. A hectic start, 2 cautions in the first 7 laps.
Basin, New Bigging, he got through. I'm starting to see a common theme. Garza, that's twice he's possibly been in it. And the caution will wave. Wow. 2 cautions before lap 10.
Oh boy. You know, we have e-tickets where we'll start out and have 30, 40, 50 laps under green flag pit stops in the first run, and there's some we start off with a number of wrecks early on.
2 yellows before the start. Before we actually get to lap 10, there's Braden Lubbock. He got to see most of it this time by. Let's go ahead and check back. There's just a shower of smoke.
Daniel Mosteller's in it in the back. He was running second in that bottom line. Let's see what happened here.
Adam Garza, Nathan Dew. Dew comes up the track. Garza couldn't get back in line, and bang. Mosteller goes around.
Here he goes on his lid. Oh, a lot of people nearly trying to get in a little air underneath them.
The question is, who has terminal damage? There's Mosteller, just a tap to the nose. I don't think it's over for him. 2 yellows before we get going. Corey Doozer snuck through that time. Kenny Reel, there's no damage on Ben White. It could be a case of mostly a spin and no one with real terminal issues. Because remember, they were really spread out to the rear of the field with this worry. Watch again. Does Dew come down?
It looked like he went a little high at the end of the tri-oval. And Garza, I don't think, did. They kind of just came together and locked bumpers, more or less.
And the big thing for Drew Jewett, he was given the L1 and the L2. He already served it. That caution is huge for him.
Yeah.
But for whoever the admins will say caused this one, it's going to be an interesting review. Here's Braden Mubbock. Remember, he saw a good bit of it. Should I say, this is Jackson Carr. Let's watch back and see what maybe some of these drivers saw. Riding on board with TCB. And he can't see it all. And you have to go way back before you can consider 2 cautions before lap 10 at an e-ticket event.
It's been a long, long time.
Slow to get going. Now James Thurston is the race leader. We'll hear and actually chat with Daniel Mosteller in just a moment to hear possibly what happened. Mosteller, John Ramos, what did you see?
I got wrecked.
Is it terminal?
So, you're not going to believe this. I got 0 damage out of that.
And I think we have a Lucky Bean Award winner also possibly as a contender with that move.
You know my cash app, man. Pay up.
That is insane. Did you think it was too much aggression? Who would you blame? Fall at that?
I haven't looked at it. Looks like Garza's. I don't know. It's just. I don't know. It's too early for that, man. It's lap 7, lap 6 coming to 7. We don't need to be doing that just yet, but hopefully we're getting it out of the way now, and we'll have some green runs. I think I'm confident in everyone in here. We just gotta knock the rust off, and we just need to get going. I'm fully confident in everybody in here.
We are hearing confirmation L4 Adam Garza and an L1 for Nate Dew, but we're hearing Dew may have terminal damage, and he does. Nate Dew is out of this race, the second retiree, most likely, unless he can get it back going. Let's go and see exactly what he possibly saw. Mosteller, you were on the inside with it, if I'm not mistaken. Did you get to see at all possibly what happened at the corner of your eye?
Someone got. I got like body to the inside. I think it's just one of those speedway things. But I'm okay, so I don't really care. Just gotta get.
Let's watch it again here. This is Nate Dew on the outside lane. We'll soon get that 1 to green. Remember, he was with Adam Garza, and he was one of the guys that were really content with possibly riding around in the back of the pack. Yeah, he got under him.
Looked like Dew kind of got a little higher out of line exiting the tri-oval. Garza didn't.
So that will line us up for yet another restart. Mosteller, good luck. A lot of racing still left to go, and we'll see where you can end on up. Already 2 down, 38 to go, 10 laps into the race. The rust is there for some. This is the shuffle the deck. Some expected later in the event, but definitely not as of this moment. Let's look at this top 10. Texas Tech with Riker Byram, Baker with Boise State 9th, Lane Sanders, Gavin Austin back up to 17, Brummett, and that's a brand new top 5.
Yeah, and it's, I think, the third set of a top 5 we've had so far, just because of different strategy of pitting. Every time it comes out, somebody's pitting. 2 cautions already, but Thurston now at the front of this field. We talked about his stats early. Going to have to go maybe against a little history, but leading on the bottom, that's a good place to be to start out.
That's going to be huge for Adam Garza. An L4 penalty this early in the race. He's going to easily go a lap or two down. He's going to need something to go his way. Corey Doozer on the front row. He's going to be lined up with James Thurston. Basin, Page inside the fast four. Let's get ready to go green. Excitement, it is in the air. But oh boy, were some expecting a long green flag run to start. The drivers that came to pit road single file to the inside to work on their machines. Everyone else lines up 2 by 2 for the restart. Thurston in the University of Miami to the bottom. Doozer with Louisville to the outside. It's an ACC front row as we're back green from Talladega.
Side by side heading out of turn 2. Thurston had the inside line to work the first 2 restarts, not as much this time. Doozer with a great push on the high side, keeps it even down the back.
Tied in, looking for moves, maybe deep in the field, nothing really to show of it. Dylan Mason talked early in countdown to green. Can he be the leader that gets drivers up front, staying up front? Or will something change? We're starting to see now 2 distinct groups of machines. The front runners up front and a single file train to follow behind of guys capable of riding in line. This is mainly 2 by 2 to maybe the 11th position.
Yeah, maybe the 11th, 12th position. The rest of them playing it safe. Maybe just trying to make it a couple more laps, let attrition be one of the main players. But up front, the main players are Doozer and Thurston, still side by side, heading down the back.
Oh, this is what you can see, a beautiful shot. Now 3 distinct groups, but still the 2 by 2 for the first maybe 5 or 6 rows. Can James Thurston make something work early? Just talked about it during qualifying. The stats don't line up for him as an e-ticket favorite, but he has won so many races in NR Night in America. Maybe this is the car track combo to give him the win.
And we're seeing the confidence start to ramp up. More going to the high side now. 3 wide, maybe 4 wide, thinking better of it. 3 wide, 3 distinct lines through the pack.
And none other than Dean Brummett will lead the outside lane charge as they climb the 33 degrees of banking. He's got help behind. That looks to be from the 06, Spencer Burns. It's also Frank Horley in line with the LSU truck of James Bomar. Dean Brummett, your 2023 NWP 400 champion. How did he do it? When things went wrong, it all went right for him. Not saying that we may be mirroring what we saw just over a year ago, but for Brummett, the skies are where he needs to be.
And just right now, the numbers aren't there on the high side. Going back to 2 lines, distinct lines, but a lot more of them racing for position throughout. We still have pretty gridlocked battle for the lead.
What's really cool about us racing here, stories, stories, stories. Every driver has a unique story, how they got into iRacing and how they got into NR Night in America. But I think Corey Doozer is just a little bit more unique than the rest of this top 5. Here's a driver that goes pro late model racing in person. Guess where? Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. He got his first ever win at Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway back in May. And how did he do it? By being up front when it mattered the most. Also, in the last 2 years, he has had 2 wins. Another come from Salem, where he lost the door with a couple laps to go. Man, already 3 wide once again.
Almost another wreck, but yeah, 3 wide. We saw Horley and Truther start that line. Basin picks it up. Roll Tide up top because Basin is coming for the lead.
And so far, we haven't seen that 4 wide stretch, but 3 by 3, it's daring. You see Frank Horley slammed shut to the tailgate. Doozer now 3 wide. That's Page to the inside, trying to hold his line. Truther, Bomar, Thurston, Jua, they're all wadded together.
Really, really close for those top 2. Basin and Doozer go to the bottom. They're almost making contact almost every corner. You see them wash up a little bit in the corners, and that is causing a bit of a stack up towards the front. Still 3 wide. Basin maybe an O.
And look who also jumped to the back end. You got Dominic Barbagallo. You have Dean Brummett. Truther now gets out of line of his teammate. That's Frank Horley topside, and that's going to completely dissipate the outside lane. Those two are teammates. They work so well together, but now I can think back to another e-ticket where that just happened. Florida 500 early within 10 laps. What happened was Truther jumped out of line of Horley. Horley dropped back, and they couldn't make it work, but I think Carlos Truther thinks to himself, I need to get my gains and cash out. He sits 8th.
Yeah, he's trying to lead the most laps, and look behind him, TCB. Those neon rims are right there in the 3rd spot. About 2x2 through most of the pack, but no one's really giving in at this point.
Look at this, 193, 194, just stretching it. That's what the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. We are peaking nearly 200. Baker to the inside of Doozer. He makes it work. Make TCB the new race leader at Talladega.
With a move that could make your heart skip a beat. Baker with the lead, not for long though. They're 3 and 4 wide in the pack, making more lines. Looking back there, you can't even tell who they are at this point. They're making so many fast moves.
It's like the New York Stock Exchange at 9:30 in the morning. It's buying or selling time. Who's going to cash out? Who's going to buy in? Top lane, Michael Mitchum lined up with James Bomar. He's looking to put his chips in the middle. Doozer's in the middle, now with Drew Jua, but gets blocked wayside by TCB.
TCB trying to play the lines back and forth. Can't do it. Basin underneath him now with the big push. And up top, another big push for Mitchum.
Oh, tight. Lane Sanders now arrives on the scene. He goes 3 wide middle. River Page inside, Basin in the middle. And these are the 2 drivers you need to keep an eye on, Basin and Baker. Leaders, competitors that love to stay up front. How long can they work with each other to make a move forward? Toyota leads the way, working lap 18.
And you can see with the bumping through that tri-oval how jittery these trucks are. TCB makes the move, trying to go to the high side, gets it, and gets the lead.
Working, moving, swaying. He's struggling to work right here with Doozer off exit. Corey Doozer from sim to reality. Baker, the pioneer of this channel. He used to be the most winningest driver. He used to be the most winningest e-ticket champion. Can he take back that throne? Lots of racing left to go, but they're running like it's maybe 10 to go.
You wouldn't think we just had 2 cautions back to back with the aggression these guys are showing, but TCB, the first one to kind of command both lines today, keeping it up front. Another challenge, though, on the high side for Doozer.
Doozer, keep an eye on him all race long. The Louisville driver out of New Albany, Indiana, lined up, racing his heart out. River Page inside. He's found a new ally. Should I say that's James Thurston.
And look who just made his way back to the front after early troubles. That's Drew Jua in that Georgia number 5 truck.
Well, tides change. Things flow a little bit differently. Early on, it was chop. Now we have that boogie board water, and everyone's rolling nice and calm. The question is, if we see a shark attack, will things change up? I don't think it's now going to come this early. What's great about Enter Night in America? Pretty simple. 150 laps. Once we drop the green flag, the next flag, in theory, should be the white, then the checkered, unless an incident on track occurs. Well, we've had 2 early. That doesn't mean something's going to go wrong. What a save by TCB. Now they're stuck 4 wide at turn 1.
4 wide in the back. TCB's got to get back in line, not cause a crash. They keep it together. A bit of a scratch up in the back, but nothing major with it. 3 wide still in the front. You see how much of the field has been stretched out.
Basin versus Baker. We wondered, when you have opposites attract, it may work out, but those 2 are too much alike on how they race these super speedways. Now give Doozer the edge in the middle. Give Truther the line on the outside lane, and River Page is back in the spot he was maybe just 3 or 4 laps ago.
And that purple truck is going for the lead. River Page on the bottom, side by side with Doozer. Doozer with the edge, a push from that Georgia truck of Drew Jua coming to the line, dead even.
Every time you want to calm down, every time you want to go get popcorn, you see it, it flinches, you move, your heart stops for a moment, and then you realize, oh, we're still rolling. It's not just this calm move we may have thought after 2 yellows. The racer in them won't stop, and Basin makes the move to the outside of turn 2.
They just keep moving in and out of line, and that's what you're going to see early on, maybe getting away with, but later in this race, you may not be able to. Up at the front, we got 3 distinct lines still, with Page getting just barely ahead of Doozer. Middle line trying to get a little catch up.
Spencer Burns in the middle. Some drivers here are representing either their favorite university or maybe just a region that hasn't been picked. Spencer Burns goes to Penn State. That's something to really keep an eye on. He is running up front, and he's always talked about, hey, in the e-tickets I run up front, Enter Night in America, I just cannot get it done. So keep an eye on me. I'm going to be strong. I'm going to try to get the most laps led bonus in favor of SimShop. He's up here finally. He was a little hesitant at first. I'm starting to see the calmness with the Toyotas in lane 2.
Yeah, now you're starting to see the calm up front a little bit. That top line has completely dissolved, and it's still a battle between Basin and Page. You're seeing a little bit of a third line showing up. Doozer is not going away. He wants to lead every lap of this thing.
Left side of your screen, you saw top 20 consistently. You'll soon see everyone running 25th, 21st on back. Xander McKinney, haven't seen much of him. Stella remembered about his incident. He sits, I believe, in the 31st position, barring giving or taking. That is up now to 29. 29 trucks are in this group together. Everyone else is single file towards the tail, mostly led now by Kenny Reel. These are the guys that know the risk versus reward factor. But the good thing is they race with each other every week, not just in an NR Night in America, but they would see each other in A-Fix, B-Fix, C-Fix. Remember the duels with the NWP where Malik Ray and Carlos Schuther went at each other? That was issues bearing from A-Fix for months on end.
Now, John, we do have something a little bit on the horizon to look at. Not this lap, but a few laps from now. Frank DeAngelis way off the pace from the rest of the pack. He's going to be a lapper, and they're already 3 wide again. So you're going to have these 2 trucks that are probably going to go off the lead lap in, I'd say, what, 2-3 laps? So the field, depending on where they catch them, is going to be in a real tight squeeze.
Yeah, this is Adam Garza. Remember, he had that L4 penalty, had to hold it for a lap, so he may go 2 laps down here. Nathan Dew still on pit road. They're trying to get it fixed. I don't think that's the way. But for the Auburn Tigers, they want their time in the limelight. Lane Sanders is leading the SimShop Tailgate 400. He'll lose sight with Corey Doozer, picked up by River Page on the inside.
We've seen Doozer make this move a couple times now. Watch that for the end of the race. Getting somebody out to the lead and making that move at the exit of the corner. It gets him the lead now, right over Basin and Mitchum.
Now here's also someone that has really flown under the radar all of Speed Weeks. We have not talked about Corey Doozer at all for multiple reasons. 1, we know about Doozer with how he races in person, but 2, he didn't join too many tests. He came in, made sure everything was good, working well, and he wanted to get back just to racing. He wanted to fly under the radar, but he's someone that's resilient. Salem last year, Jeg Serie All-Stars Tour, won without a door. He lost the door a couple laps into this race, and guess what? The next year, he goes to Nashville. It's a hot, slick day. He wins that one too while everyone was struggling with the tires. Now, maybe let's break the 4th wall here. I commentated both of those races. So Corey Doozer could get his 3rd win with myself in the booth on the sim side, but he knows where to be when it matters the most. If they go 3x3, I don't expect him to bail.
Someone else who knows where to be is Spencer Burns, who takes the lead up front, repping that Penn State truck. And up front next to him, look who it is again. It's TCB.
I don't think he's going to go anywhere. He's someone that loves being up front and staying up front. Up top, Ben White. We've seen Benjamin White win a couple races in NR Night in America. The worry for him has been the internet. Now, him and James Bomar, notorious of having those issues, both SCC machines on your screen, but they found a new router, and they've upgraded their system. And I asked, are you ready for this event? Can it withstand 4x4 and you're stuck 3 wide, 4 wide middle? They said, Y-E, yes, and we're going for that win. They've arrived on the scene up inside the top 15.
Those lap cars just in front are side by side, one on the high side, one down low. They're going to have to split the difference if they don't make it up.
Oh, that's going to be tight. Boomer, Sooner, see ya. Frank DeAngelis below the yellow line. He will make the move to get out of the way. Actually blinks just once, now twice. Adam Garza on the outside will fall in line. What was now a 29 driver pack will get up to 31, barring 2 lap machines.
Yeah, as long as everyone minds their P's and Q's, it's looking like it can be this way for a while. High side starting to build up. Alvis, after being caught up in that early wreck, now on the high side with Mitchum.
Well, Jarrett, you feel a little calm. It's like we got through the turbulence, and now we're in clean air, but you're still just a little worried about what's next ahead for these drivers. It's the aggression we're used to at Talladega, not the craziness, maybe not. Michael Mitchum, hand over fist there with Raul Alves on the outside.
Oh, he's sawing at that wheel right now. He is all over the place. All these trucks, again, they're just finicky. They're fidgeting. They're just a little bit of wiggle all around this racetrack. And up front, Spencer Burns still leads it with a push from Drew Jua.
Jua up to second. He was saying that he didn't deserve the L1, L2 penalty. Luckily for him, a second caution came out and he's up front. SEC has littered second, third, and I believe the fifth position, but it's all being led by the Penn State Toyota. Big Ten leads the way off turn 2.
And you see Jua make that move. Somebody goes with them. That's what you get when you race well in these e-ticket events. People are going to trust you. Might not work like right now, but they're going to go with you. That's something to watch later in this race.
And you know who they didn't go with? Lane Sanders. Lane Sanders has had a history of not being the strongest teammate in a race. And when he dropped back, nobody wanted to pick him up. He's in this group still, but that's something also to keep in mind. If things are going to continue to get finicky, change a little bit, Sanders may need a last-ditch heave if he's going to get no one to help him.
Something to watch on the bottom now. We have, it looks like TCB with Doozer basing in front of them. But those three probably are the most aggressive so far in the first 30 laps of this race.
Look at Basin. He led us at a moment, then went back to 20th, came back up front. This is a driver that loves going from the back to the front, to the back to the front, and trying to make something work. Now Spencer Burns is leading, another driver that started very deep in the field. I think we're going to continue to see these comers and goers throughout the race.
I think we are too. We just see it with how, again, these trucks and their handling, somebody can end up getting out of line, but the aggressive blocks too on top of that, that's going to be the difference in this race. Somebody's going to make an aggressive block just a little too late. So far, they've been clean though.
Lap 30, that's what we're going to be working this time by. If you're just joining us, we say hello and welcome. Let's give you an update on our sponsors for SimShop.com. They are currently having a 30% Black Friday sale. You go ahead and check that out now at SimShop.com. The best place to get all your sim racing gear. On top of that, if you use code IDK5, you can get a 5% discount on all things in store. That's a 35% worth of savings. Go check it out, simshop.com. But we want to also thank Lucky Duck for the Clean Driver Award. I Have 40 Wins with the Hard Luck Award. Luckiest Bean with the Luckiest Bean Award. And SimShop for coming on and helping us with the Most Laps Led Award. Jarrett, this is early. Out of all of them, let's run it down. Who would you say is the luckiest driver just 31 laps in?
I don't even want to say this yet. I don't know.
The commentator jinx is so common.
I know. Like, we've seen so many of these guys. Whoa, man, an aggressive move right there for White. See, that's the thing. I was about to say maybe one of those guys up front. You can't, because earlier Burns was way off and last in this race, and now up front was able to stay out of all of this. I was about to say him, and he almost got collected in a big wreck.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say Raul Alves, and here's why. Go back to that first caution. Alves got jammed up in the nose, but with there being two cautions, they were able to completely fix the truck, and he has found a teammate in Michael Mitchum. I would give Alves the luckiest driver, and the unluckiest, Nate Dew. Man, what a story for Nate Dew to come up here, lead early on in the FSU truck, and just when you thought it was not going to happen again for a while, involved in an incident.
And that's Talladega for you. And that's why I don't want to say anyone just yet. We're only 32 laps in this. There is over 100 laps to go at this point. I can't say anyone just yet, because somebody can be lucky now, can be lucky in that first wreck, and be caught up in a wreck in a lap or two.
Now, the big thing to note is they were going a lot quicker than most of us anticipate. We thought about maybe 189, 190, and they were going to stay stride, and maybe when the sun really started to set, we would see 194, 195. We're seeing 194, 195, 32 laps in. Now, this is 400 miles, not 500. So when we think lap 32, it isn't sit back and get yourself a drink. It's now thinking green flag pit stops. In about maybe 17, 16, 15 laps, we could see the first takers. But with how things have gone and now things are really rolling the way for some, you may wonder if they get there, who's your group? Do you group together with people in a Discord call, or do you group together with others that maybe you haven't worked with?
4 wide in the pack there, and Doozer too late on the block. Ended up getting shuffled all the way to the back, and we got a 3-truck top line right now between Spencer Burns, Drew Jua, and Lane Sanders. Kind of just latching on, and you're seeing it grow 3 wide through the pack.
Yeah, you saw Spencer Burns. There's the internet worry for some as the sun starts setting. The iRacing processors really have to kick it up a notch. And for Burns and company, that could be an issue once we reach the late afternoon hours. For TCB, back into his home where he likes to be. Let's check out the back end of the field. We've been watching the up front all race long. Let's go see what's going on with drivers like William Schmidt. Always great to see our closer running 23rd.
Yeah, because you can't be a closer if you're not having to somehow come back and close out the deal Kevin Harvick style, and he has done that so many times in these events.
Look at Corey Doozer. He was just leading. Now he's 24th. How many laps led before he dropped outside the top 20? Man, it seemed like he led a lot more, but just 3 on the board for the Doozer 8. Back there as well, we still have Douglas Newbigging, one of the Lucky Duck drivers. He sits in the 25th position. James Bomar, who is up front at one point, feathering around 26. Moss Steller is being calm. I'm going to say that again. Moss Steller is being calm. I'm not used to this, but I think that early wreck really did change the strategy up for him.
Hey, he plays it safe in a lot of these.
Oh, racing into the wall! Tearing him up down the Alabama gang super stretch. Carlos Truther is in it. Raul Alves gets junked as well. The big one strikes on lap 35. Oh, man. Josh Kenyon's in it. Eladam Contreras got a piece of it as well. And I think that could be an end for the 11.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage on the front end of that truck. Same goes for Kenyon, the 27. Good amount of damage there, too. And now we see why Mostauer was hanging back there. And we see why I also did not give you anyone that was lucky so far, because I believe you said Raul Alves lucky, caught up in that wreck.
This is a live show, folks. Sometimes our answers get answered right away. And unfortunately for some, it will be an end to a race. For others, it's a thinning of the herd they wanted to see. Let's quickly take a peek at it. Dylan Basin, he led so much of this race. Another one getting air. We talked about it being tough to keep these trucks on the ground. And already another big incident early in the event.
Yeah, we have still, 114 to go in this race, and already 3 yellows. Good long green run, but let's see what happened at the exit 2.
Drew Jua again. Oh my goodness. Just caught the tailgate. Basin goes head on into the outside wall. Drew Jua comes down. Lane Sanders is right there.
TCB with a heck of a save up front. Alabama and Georgia making it ugly between them. Where have we heard that before?
And that was for sure on Drew Jua. That's the second time he has caused an incident in this race. We are hearing right away, there's the answer. Drew Jua, L4 and L1 from this event. Man. At one, you say, okay, that maybe is fair. He was involved with that first incident. Some said it was borderline. He believed he didn't deserve that one. But the incident just in around lap 35, it definitely came off the nose of that Georgia Chevrolet. And they're working really well together. Pushing, shoving. You wonder when the miscue will come. And unfortunately, it came right away. We're hearing that we may have to watch the onboard of some of these drivers. Look at that. Just caught it. And Basin doing a great job trying to save it. But unfortunately, the Lakeland, Florida driver could not. And the rear end came up. Smoke scattered everywhere.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a truck yet just go full airborne. We saw it so many times in practice. A lot of hard hits. That's Carlos Truther in that Liberty truck, all torn up as well. If you look down low, Alvis got caught up with Kenyon down at the bottom. And I think that's where the majority of the damage to that 27 truck came from.
Unreal. Dylan Basin I don't think he's fixing that one. Mosteller gets through. Douglas Newbiggin gets through. Corey Doozer got through. There's the William Schmidt truck.
I think about 5 laps ago, Doozer would have been in the middle of that.
Let's ride on board with Braden Movick. Watching, waiting. There's the smoke. Misses one. Misses multiple. He had a lot of time to work with, too. What's next? Who's up front? Who isn't? Baker has now shown the race leader. Spencer Burns, Ben White, Dean Brummett, Michael Mitchum, Abraham Vila, and Dominic Barbagallo 7th. Gavin Austin in 8th. Douglas Newbiggin, Corey Doozer the top 10. And pit road is still littered full of machines from what it looks like. There's Tyler Tinsley in and out. Adam Garza is sitting in the 37th spot. He, I believe, will go around and get the wave. Continue to look. Xander McKinney is in. Braden Movick is back down and in. Okay, the strategies, they're changing up a lot. Let's go talk to some of our drivers. Braden Movick is obviously someone we love speaking with. Always great to hear what he's got to say. Movick, John Ramos, you got a copy.
What's up, player?
Avoiding another one. You and Mosa running in the back. What was the call for that?
Not be involved in that. The strategy already has been get the hell out of there. Stay in the back.
So what's the difference with this approach versus another super speedway? Why is there more wrecks? Is it because it's the trucks?
It's because this package promotes aggression, and aggression leads to wrecks. And when you don't have the best of the best up there, it leads to a lot of them. So yeah, well, I'm just saving my stuff for a little bit. You'll see me about around lap 135. That's when you'll see me towards the front.
All right, well, we're gonna get the one to go here. Interesting strategy. You've seen a lot of pushing, shoving, rubbing. What are the drivers saying by chance? Because we still only have one retiree. We expect Nate Dew at some point to retire as well, bearing still 38 driver stuff still left rolling.
Well, the good thing about this damage model compared to, like, say, the next gen is that not all the damage is fixed to where you can be good as new again. You're always gonna have some sort of lasting damage, so it'll thin the field out quite a bit. But yeah, getting ready to go for the restart here and just do the same thing, chill the back.
Let's drag you back as we get ready to roll. That's Braden Movick, the driver of the number 42 with Minnesota State. Cautions, breeding cautions for some. 3 under our belt with now working lap 39, back green in the SimShop Tailgate 400. Baker quickly back to the outside. He's going to work with Spencer Burns.
Another solid restart from the bottom. Has that lead, has the run just over White. Down the backstretch they go, winding it up, getting to full speed. Baker now clear of the field.
Nose out in front, full truck out in front. Now Spencer Burns is thinking maybe he can get to the inside, but Ben White's going to be right there with Michael Mitchum.
And it's just, again, Baker controlling the top, bottom line, back and forth, controlling the way the draft goes. Might not be able to do this time, though. Burns to the high side, going for the lead, lap 40.
And already back to that 2x2. You start seeing a little more separation. Douglas Newbiggin is there in the 9th position, lined up with Gavin Austin. We're starting to see a trend here. Restarts, all back calm. And then once they get comfortable, it's what can you gain? We haven't seen Abraham Vila up front at all. Here he is running 3rd.
Again, it's that shuffle. It's that constant caution shuffle. And he has given a huge push to Dean Brummett. Dean Brummett trying to get that lead against that West Virginia truck. He's got it by a hair, but not for long.
All right, these laps are ticking off. We had 111 laps to go, just 3 sticks on the board. Dean Brummett, can he do the unthinkable? Become the 2nd underdog winner And the last time we had an underdog winner was him. Can he do it again?
I don't see why he couldn't. He's really good at keeping his truck out of trouble, his car out of trouble when it's a car, and he's really good at keeping it up front. Gets a bit of a block there from Burns, but he's going to give him a push down the super stretch.
You heard it from Mavic. He said this package, it promotes aggression. Burns isn't stopping. Baker isn't stopping. This may be a race where it's aggressiveness, 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 and whoever comes off turn 4 and exiting the trial is going to be the race winner.
And that aggression still kept up. TCB, a heck of a block to the high side. Going to open the door for White. 3 wide for a moment. Brummett, no help up there. And you're seeing a lapper as well. They got to keep it together.
It's the Gator Chop. Ben White has led this field back to the line. The University of Florida gets a lap under their belt in the SimShop Tailgate 400.
Has a pretty good lead. Real now up to second. Mitchum to third. Whole new cast of characters in the top 3 spots. And here comes Vila.
You saw Josh Kenyon dropping back. He did get it mostly repaired. Let's get you an update. 33 drivers left on the lead lap. I think it's going to be 32 soon. This is Dylan Basin sitting 33rd. Here's Frank DeAngelis sitting 32nd. Lane Sanders 31st with Raul Alvis. And they're just hoping for more yellows to get their trucks fixed. Inside the main group, you still have a Xander McKinney. You still have Andres Vadas, Christian Delgado. That's about 28th and the 29th position.
Yeah, so you're already seeing the herd starting to thin, but not too thin. 3 wide up again in the top pack. Top 2 or so are clear in that first 2 lanes, but down low, White takes the lead again.
It's very interesting how Dean Brummett got this truck. Now, he is a University of Tennessee fan, but also loves West Virginia because that's where Dean Brummett lives. He said, John, may I have the number 67? I said, Dean, why that number? And he said, well, that's where the University of West Virginia was founded. I said, great idea, roll with it. About a week ago, John, I was wrong. It was founded in 1963. Dean, I think we already locked in the overlay. Oh, it's okay. But when I win, I'll let you know it's 1963. Dean, don't worry. Just let the whole world know.
And we did. But up front, now 2 by 2. Baker trying to get another push from Spencer Burns. Those two have worked well for a long time in these e-ticket events. That's a potent pair. And they might be getting shuffled into the middle.
Starting to see a lot of shuffling and swaying, and we've seen this leaderboard change. I think when you watch back on this race, go to lap 10, then go to lap 20, and now 107 laps to go. There's no way it has stayed this consistent throughout the majority. Michael Mitchum around, off the nose of Terrell Baker. Does he save it? He does, but Spencer Burns goes around as well, and the caution will wave again. That's the 4th time in this race.
Yeah, I know it promotes aggression, but this early, this much aggression?
Man,
it's rough, man.
And we could be on track for the most cautions in an e-ticket event.
4 so far.
Corey Doozer, Jackson Carr, they get through. Mikey Mitchum. Now the big thing to note, the drivers know that the penalties are a lot harder today than usual. And I believe there's a good reason why. There's Mitchum. He got airborne. He looked like he wasn't going to save it. Then he did save it. But for Spencer Burns, he got a piece, I believe. We're going to find him.
He did. But, John, something I've noticed of all of these wrecks so far is it looks huge. These trucks clog up the entire track. But credit to the rest of the drivers. They're staying mostly out of it. Of course, there's guys getting some damage in all of them, but we have not seen one of those 20 truck huge ones so far. It's just so far been maybe 5 or 6 get any kind of major damage.
That's going to be big news for drivers like Dylan Basin. Big news for drivers like Drew Jua, Tyler Tinsley, that could have been involved in an incident as well. Lane Sanders, a big net gain for him. What happened? How did it happen so quickly? And who is going to be dropping to the rear with it?
You got to wonder if maybe with a lapper coming up too, maybe somebody got a little antsy.
I'm starting to question if it's the Boise State 25 that got antsy on the outside, or maybe it was just Michael Mitchum. There's the block. I think he was just way too late to the punch. He couldn't commit to it. He was worried if he was going to chop the nose of Baker, and when you sit there and you're clogged in the middle, something's not going to work out. And unfortunately for Michael Mitchum,
commitment issues are one of the biggest problems you can have in a super speedway race. You have to be decisive on every single move. And just kind of sitting there, waiting in the middle, and then trying to make that move, this is the result you see.
But who got that terrible damage? You know what I will say? I think we can have 10 more cautions at the end of this race. We'll still have at least 32 trucks racing. Because the wreck avoidance out of NR Night and America drivers, let's be honest, it's elite. I don't see anybody really with terrible damage. I thought it was going to be that big wreck. I would have been able to bet that it was going to be that big wreck. That we were all going to go, how did that happen? And oh no, get the scorecards out. But the big thing is, it wasn't. Let's see, with Spencer Burns in the 06, did he get any lasting damage? And he just didn't commit. Saw it again there with Michael Mitchum. Mitchum goes around. Burns, yeah, he just got a little bit on the nose. He's going to continue to race. He'll be fine in the draft, but it's going to be maybe another 20 laps before we see the Penn State truck up there.
We've said that before, and we'll see these guys just fly on up there. So I'm not underestimating anyone, but look at the closer making an early entrance towards the top with Schmidt leading the race.
Adam Garza, he loves the color yellow right now. Remember, he was the one with the L4 penalty, and I believe he could get the wave around. Yes, he should. So Adam Garza, back in the 36th position, will get one lap back. There's Drew Jua, actually back in the 35th position. So I think Drew will go ahead and get the wave around. We are hearing this. If Drew causes one more incident, an L5, and it will be the first L5 in years in an e-ticket event. So we got to keep an eye on the Georgia Bulldog Chevrolet. He's at 2 right now, and it very much could be a third one and you're out.
Just play it safe for now. Just sit in the back, stay with the draft, don't get in a wreck, and most importantly, don't cause a wreck.
Don't cause a wreck. Yeah, I think the next strategy is for him, hey, ride around and hope for something late with 10, 15 laps to go. If you go up there again and you hook one guy and then you look that you got L5 with 86, 66, maybe 52 laps to go, you're kind of shaking your head thinking, we could have just played that strategy that so many play. Unfortunately, it's not the case. Let's go look at Jeff Perchaski. Hey, what a first e-ticket event, huh?
Yeah. What a great way to open it up by having Wreck Avoidance 101, a Lightning Challenge e-ticket event.
Yeah, and he has a really good setup as well. I got to see it. The driver out of Southern California, currently working at NASA, and excited to see what he can do. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Jeff has visited the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway a couple times, and excited to see what he can do with his future. For the race fans hanging out with us, you're watching the 2024 SimShop Tailgate 400 at Talladega. Go to simshop.com and use code IDK5 for 5% off everything in store. They have a 30% Black Friday deal currently going on. You can stack that 5% on top of the 30. That's 35% worth of savings if you use code IDK5. Once again, simshop.com, your go-to for all things savings. We also want to thank Lucky Duck for coming on and sponsoring the Clean Driver Award. Lucky Duck has a driver up inside the top 2 at the Lucky Duck Motorsports. That's Douglas Newbigging. He'll be one of the drivers leading us to green. The Luckiest Bean Award, that's going to be a little bit harder to find out who gets, as well as the I Have 40 Wins Hard Luck Award. Both drivers in this race have been up and down the left side of your screen. The question is, can they be there when it matters the most? And once again, the most laps led award given from simshop.com. Someone is going to get that extra $25 bonus. Back green from Talladega. Newcomer, new leader at the front of the field. It's Mosteller in the Tar Heel Blue.
Not for long, though. Douglas Newbigging with a big push from TCB. Baker is not going to be content being second fiddle in any line. He's trying to get the push to the lead, and you know he's going to ditch him as soon as he gets there.
Frank Corley, Carlos Struther, they're actually now in line on the outside. I worry about the aggression from Baker. It looks cool, it's fun to watch, you know, it keeps you in line, but when you just overstep, a penalty can change everything. We're in the area where hard penalties are going to be the norm for the rest of this race. If you're Baker and you're the crew chief, do you tell him to maybe calm it back? Look at this. I mean, he could have worked with Barbagallo, and now the Oregon Ducks forward jumps to the outside and out of harm's way.
He's trying to find a good run to go by him, and that ends up taking that Ducks car or truck out of line. High side, still trying to build back up again. 2 by 2 by 2 all through the front of the pack.
That's going to be tough. Kenny Reel is here, the Vandy truck on the inside. That's a push. Douglas Newbigging on the outside. And Doug's an interesting character because when he does super speedway races, he usually hangs around the back with Frank DeAngelis and they try that last push charge. The only thing is, it's never really worked out. So Doug decided to run in the back early on and be at the opposite of the wave. When people want to calm down, that's when you strike. When people are getting aggressive, that's when you calm down. And I think it's really worked out for his Chevrolet.
It has so far. Up front, he's leading this thing. Demos right below him. Again, you talked about earlier, a whole new cast of characters. How about some of the ones returning to the front? Gavin Austin, just outside the top 5.
And we haven't talked about Aiden Walker, I mean, all race long. The Tennessee Volunteers Chevrolet on the outside has finally cracked back up inside the Elite 8. He's got company behind in Jackson Carr, Dean Brummett, and James Thurston. But Walker very slow to the punch, and for a good reason. He was worried what was going to happen early in this race. He called it. He said it 4 hours early. We have had too many clean early starts. What's going to change? Baker, slingshot to the inside. He's back to the race lead.
And there he goes. You knew he couldn't sit in long for very long. And up high, you see the accordion effect through the pack. That slow truck starts bunching them up. Baker has the lead. Demos looks to take it.
And he says, Mosteller top, thank you very much. Newbigging says, how high do you want to go? Make a third lane indeed. He should have Brummett. Maybe Brummett will take it 4 wide. Yes, he does. Brummett to the outside, the 33 degrees of banking.
Still thrown out 3 wide, was 4 wide up front. Baker trying to block all lines, can't do it. Down low, Kenny Reel.
Oh, man, it's tight. Bow ties lined up, row 1, row 2, row 3. But once again, that third lane just could not hold on.
That third line is good for a lap or 2. You want to make a hard charge at the end, go to the high side. You want to sit in line, race up front, and keep yourself in position. Those 2 bottom lines are the way to go.
You just saw there James Thurston, a little bit of aggression, thinking to get to the inside of Brummett. I think it's going to work with 40 to go. And then maybe with 10 to go, if we get that long green flag run, we'll see the 4x4. But right now, there's just not enough worthiness from some drivers to get up there in case something goes wrong. We saw what happened with Basin on the outside. He was leading the third lane, and bam, head on into the outside wall. Drivers see things, and then sometimes they react. I think a lot are seeing that now and still saying 99 laps to go. I have time.
Yeah, you're not seeing the commitment up top. I mean, you see 2 or 3 jump up there, then somebody bails. You just can't keep them up there, and that's what's been keeping TCB and Demos up at the front. These front 2 lines keeping it more organized, and that's what's keeping them in the lead.
Drew Jua, he's in this group, but he is a lap truck. He's trying to unlap himself naturally, just like the good old days, and look for a caution in the meantime. Baker leads the inside lane with Kenny Reel. Kenny Reel, a father. We have multiple fathers in this race. He wants to win it for his son. He said his son watches NR Night in America consistently. Plops him in front of the TV. He gets in the sim rig, and he will stay glued to the TV. Kenny Reel's son, Daddy's up inside the Fast 4, and he's going for an e-ticket.
Not even the Fast 4, top 2. He can make the move if he wants. Down below him, though, Gavin Austin takes it 3 wide. Daniel Mosteller, though, going for the lead with a push for Newbigging.
Oh, man, you have Texas, you have Boise, you have Pennsylvania, some universities in this mix. You have North Carolina represented, leading the field off turn 4 and back to the Trioval. This is racing in November. Newbigging chips in the middle, help with Dominic Barbagallo. Middle lane, Mosteller, help from Baker. What year is it? We haven't seen these 2 work together in years, and they're fighting tooth and nail to turn 1.
Well, if you're Demos, you need to stay up front. You can't afford to get stuck in the middle of this pack. a 4-wide pack as Barbagallo gets shuffled out of line.
And that got the crowd on the feet. They're going to drop and wait and see. 4 wide, it's been a here and there move, but once again, lane 3, they have to stay lined up and towed in. DeAngelis, welcome back up inside the top 20. James Thurston back the 16th, but William Schmidt, I don't think we've seen him truly under green crack up inside the top 15.
No, he has no reason to. He's just playing it safe and has a nice little spot in the pack. Yeah, there's some trucks around him, but it ain't 3 wide like all the rest of the truck pack is here. Up front, though, Mosteller, Baker still going back and forth. You're not going to see any give from either.
Well, it's that time of the race. We've seen the demand for it to come back. Ladies and gentlemen, spam it in the chat because we're going to turn it up. Back live from Talladega Super Speedway. You're watching the 2024 SimShop Tailgate 400. You saw it.
Down on the bottom.
Turned it up. They were getting wide, and I believe Kenny Real caught the grass.
He did. He tried to go way underneath. You can go under the yellow line in an e-ticket event, but they have no reason to let you back up. They own that track space, and Real got shuffled out there going way too low into turns 3 and 4. And you see how much it stretched out the pack. Lappers stayed on the bottom, and the rest of the pack went around 5 wide.
We talked about it while watching Turn It Up. Oh my goodness, they look like they want to wreck, but they're going so much quicker. The pace of this race is still very quick. What is the deal? These drivers, it's fun to get aggressive. The package promotes it, but something has got to give, and something is going to snap. That's going to be that big wake-up call. I worry if it's sooner than later.
I worry too, but you see it, those aggressive guys still up towards the front. And look there, Drew Jua back up there trying to race his way on the lead lap the old-fashioned way. Another aggressive driver up there. You're seeing that mix-up starting to really come together of all these aggressive guys end up at the front making these big moves.
Barbagallo 13th, Gavin Austin 12th, Corey Doozer 11th, Frank DeAngelis up to 8th. He was off the pace multiple times throughout this run, throughout this event. TCB is on track, I believe, to lead the most laps in this race. He's at 11 currently of the 59. We haven't seen Braden Movick lead yet. We haven't seen William Schmidt, James Thurston lead yet. But how about a nice underdog story? Tyler Tinsley, his story is interesting for multiple reasons. When you think back to this YouTube channel, you realize it started in 2016. And then you think, did there any runs of YouTube channels before this? Yes, when I did stop motions, I found out Tyler Tinsley was watching them. How did we know? We went back on a couple of old comments, because I know Carson Hocevar and I believe another truck driver, I don't know why it's not coming to me right now, they watched as well. we found Tyler Tinsley's comment from 2014 on a stop motion. So he has been a part of this community for a very, very long time. He's designed trucks, he's made overlays for us, and his race NR here and there as of recent, but he loves coming back for e-tickets. What a story it would be for Villanova to get an e-ticket championship.
And just staying in the fight. That is the name of the game for a lot of these drivers throughout the pack. Just stay in it. Don't try and maybe go overboard like some of these guys up front have. Don't make some kind of dumb move that's going to crash everybody. Just survive. And that's what they're doing.
Raja Caruth. That's who it was. Caruth, Tinsley, and Hocevar.
Which, breaking tonight, most popular driver in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Yes, he was. Who's also very popular up front right now, Carlos Truther. He's very animated, should we say, on these social media apps. And the big thing about him, he's passionate. He loves racing, but I was worried about that wreck if they're able to get it fixed. I guarantee you that Discord chat lit up like the 4th of July, but he's lighting up the world by being back up inside the top 3.
You know who else is lighting it up on the high side there? TCB charging back. And didn't you just say we hadn't seen Thurston up there? He is now pushing to get in the fast 5, second on the high side.
DeAngelis in 7th. We continue to watch Dominic Barbagallo, Dean Brummett, Corey Doozer, Aiden Walker, James Bomar. A lot of shuffling, a lot of changing. You're currently looking at the top 20 on the left side of your screen. And we'll get ready to continue to check out on who's in, who's out. Ranker Byram, West Texas finest. He works at a community college, actually. Wanted to originally run and said, Texas Tech, let's go ahead and give the boys from that area the big joy that they deserve. Loving to see just the different varieties. It really embodies that early 2000s that we're used to.
Yes, it does. And part of that is that aggression we're seeing up top, coming up on some more lappers, and they're 3 by 3 by 3 by 3 throughout.
Now, you may be saying, what do I mean by early 2000s? Let's also say 90s. Watch the pack when they roll through 3 and 4 here. Find the Oklahoma University truck. Oh, there it is. Find the University of Miami truck. Oh, there, it's the green truck. There it is behind the Boise State machine as well. You can finally find every single university that is in this race, whether they're swiping the bow or they're riding in line. Mosteller, man, oh man, found a way to get downstairs.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I can find that North Carolina truck pretty darn easily. He's driving in 4 lanes at once. It's like an old school Kyle Busch drive. And he's still up front, right ahead of Jua, right ahead of White, and right ahead of TCB, getting that push on the high side, fighting it back.
88 laps to go in the SimShop Tailgate 400. We haven't seen much of the Ohio State driver, Xander McKinney. Him, Movic, and I believe Zachary Truel, that's the Ole Miss 28, have just been sitting in the wake and want nothing to do with what's going on up front. Zachary Truel almost won a monthly championship at Talladega. How did he lose it? 150 yards away from victory. He got hooked by James Thurston. He wants to be there when it matters the most, and the only way is to have 4 wheels pointed in the right direction.
Everyone's trying their best to not have 4 wheels put in the right direction, as you see just how much they're twitching. The little fine movements of these trucks as they're 3 by 3 throughout. And again, there goes Mosteller up at the top. And for a moment, Drew Jua trying to unlap himself.
And can he do it? Unbelievable what this Georgia truck has been able to do. Go from a penalty to another penalty after causing 2 cautions to now trying to unlap himself. He's going to need a little bit of help, but man, it's going to be a tough fight. Can he do the unthinkable from the back to the front, barring many penalties, to possibly win this race?
And John, we had talked about earlier, Kenny Reel was racing up in the top. He was leading. He was running second. He was going for the lead when he went down to the bottom, and now he is way off the pace, almost 40 seconds off the pace of this pack. Going to get lapped if nothing else happens soon for him.
Yeah, we want to show everyone exactly what the speed difference is here. So this is Ben White. He is having to lay off the throttle. You see that 192. He'll get up to 194 if he can. He's actually having no drafting help in front of him at 194. 4 wide, James Thurston. Well, that went crazy. I wonder how quick now the Kenny Reel machine is going. 185. So not fully off, but this is with a little bit of help. Kenny Reel found the ally in the SimShop trucks, but they are very off the pace. Let's go a little bit farther back. Here's Eladon Contreras. He's with Lane Sanders. Sanders still doing what he can to fully fix the truck. Adam Garza and company. He is 2 laps down towards the tail end of the main pack. Dylan Basin, oh man, just trying to stay with the lead group, and Yahir Rodriguez virtually out of this race, 30 laps down.
Up front, they're still going at it, and you got it. He's got himself on the lead lap, at least for a moment. Drew Jua. Not for long. Abraham Vila, leader of this race on the high side, taking the lead with a push from White.
Am I seeing this right? Jackson Carr up in 3rd. That's not right on the script. We're used to him qualifying first and dropping back.
Used to it being on the first couple laps, he's in the top 5, but a bit of a flip of the script. He started towards the back at the start of this race for his standards, moved his way up.
Let them ring, hook 'em. Abraham Vila with the University of Texas, top of the board in the SimShop Tailgate 400.
And it seems like for the first time in a little bit, started to calm down a little bit, just 2 by 2. A lot of spreading out. Block up front, but not a big one. Gets a big push from Truther, who's going to try and get that second spot with a push from Baker. But again, just sort of taking a breath.
And sometimes you need to take a breath, right? You need, that's how things usually roll. Carlos Truther, you may be saying that University, Liberty University paint scheme looks oddly familiar. Well, Truther couldn't get a designer quickly, and he said, John, we need something. I'm not driving the 9, I'm driving the 12 or the 39. I said, okay, hold on. Aren't you a William Byron fan? Well, yeah. Aren't you a Ty Gibbs fan? Well, yeah. Well, Ty Gibbs, we haven't found a University paint scheme of him, so slap the 12 on Willie B's old number 9 from the KBM days and see if it rolls. Looks good. Looks great. Let's go win an e-ticket. He's up inside the top 5.
You could have fooled me that would have just been a custom-made one. Fits perfectly with that number 12. And you know what else fits perfectly? White up in the lead with that Gators truck.
Now, what's going on back here? Here's the drop back of Muvik again. This is with the 28 machine on the inside lane. Still that of Zachary Troll. Lots and lots of separation. Frank Horley, he's to the inside. I'm trying to see if anything changed. No, not really. Just drivers really given space. Where was this? Around lap 15, lap 10, lap 12.
What about lap 1? Where was this lap 1?
Man. And this is what we're used to in e-ticket events, right? Stride for stride, long green flag runs. If it's going to get rough and rowdy, you're going to hold your breath with about 20 laps to go. Someone's going to lick the stamp and send it. But currently, right now, this is where the 2x2 lines up. Frank DeAngelis there in 7th. He's back up front. I got a message from him after the first caution. You know what it said? It said something along the lines of, right when I decide to run up front early. And there's a wreck up front in an e-ticket for the first time in years.
It ends up like that sometimes. We, again, have races where this kind of run is at the very start of the race. In other races, we have it where it's at the very end. So, he's up front now, flirting with the top 5. Pretty good run overall so far for him. Trying something different. He's been in the back of a lot of these e-tickets at super speedways, and it hasn't worked. He's been stuck in the back. He's had to try and go up front way too late in the race, and it's cost him dearly. This time, trying something different, and it's working out so far.
Baker on the outside, first time being calm. He's got the 1 truck in front of him. He's got Frank DeAngelis in the Sooner machine behind. James Thurston in the 4. We're starting to see this, and I go, could be a first-time e-ticket champion. Could be a first-time e-ticket champion. Could be a 3-time, then first time, all the way down. It's looking consistent. Now, before the start of the stream, I asked, do we see a new e-ticket champion? 68% of the viewers said correct.
I think we really could. I mean, with this truck, the way it's been running, with the amount of aggressive moves you can make with it, I don't see any reason why we couldn't get a new one.
Lined up for 80 laps to go. You know what's been really cool? The new RGR fandom. And some were asking, how did they get so popular so quickly? One thing, social media presence. They have been talking all of Speed Weeks, getting quote retweeted consistently, and they've had a great base down in the live chat below. So for all the RGR fans hanging out with us, all the NR Night in America viewers, or maybe this is your first time watching an e-ticket event, hello, welcome, we're so glad you're here. And we know things could turn up quickly. This is a long green flag run that we finally caught in this race. The question now is, what is the ballpark estimate of if we get a possible caution coming up, or maybe green flag pit stops? We haven't had to really worry about engines exploding, but that's because we've been seeing a lot of clean air.
Well, one thing people might ask is, why is the 5 of Drew Jewett, why is he staying up front? He's a lap car. Like, he'll get the free pass. Well, look what they're coming up on. 3 back of the lead lap pack cars. That is going to be the battle for the lucky dog. That's why that 5 truck is staying so close to the front where he can.
We see it right here. He is still currently 1 lap down, and this is going to be Michael Mitchum, Raul Alvis, and Kenny Reel. They are getting ready to go a lap down, as you mentioned. So we're going to see a fight for the lead and the fight for the lucky dog. That's going to be really tough to watch because it's going to be 4 going for technically 1 spot, and then you have the rest of the 29 drivers going for 1 spot as well, bearing if this does go green the rest of the way.
And they're 3 wide again. Because of that little shakeup, they're going to be 3 wide through the tri-oval, one of the most difficult places to drive in all of iRacing, just because of how much can happen with people just drifting up into you, keeping it clean so far, but that battle for the lucky dog spot, it's on.
Look at James Bilmar. He's going to have help. That's from Dominic Barbagallo. They've reached the tailgate of the Terrell Baker machine, but Abraham Vila is starting to click them off lap after lap. Now 5 of 73. Where does that line up with Baker? That's 12 of 73 as well. It's going to be interesting to see how that works. Now, the fight for the cleanest driver award may be a little bit different. We don't exactly know where they are, but if I have to say who's been the cleanest driver of this race and is projected to win it, either Zachary Truel or Braden Movick. Keep that all in mind because someone is going to get the Lucky Duck Clean Driver Award for $25.
And up front, taking the lead, River Page gets it ahead of a 3 wide pack. And we were just talking about taking a breath. It's getting a little easier. Nope, we're back to 3x3 racing throughout this pack.
James Thurston has been eyeing an e-ticket since, let's say, August of 2021. His first e-ticket was the first ever Florida 500. He missed just one, the 2021 Dynaco 400. What is it like for him to be up front and having a shot, a breath of fresh air? And the good news is he has a convoy behind him. They're lined up single file.
Yeah, and again, just minding P's and Q's, just staying alive. That's been the real big theme of this race so far, is just keep yourself pointed forward. Stay alive.
Oh, trouble!
Man.
Baker just blew an engine. He jumps to the outside and is out of the SimShop Tailgate 400. One slides. That's Tyler Tinsley to the inside as well. He nails the inside retaining wall just when it was all calm. Now they're tearing him up front. Jeff Perchatsky, Frank Horley, the caution is out with 76 to go. Out of thin air, and it's now quietness for the Boise State truck. What could have been a 30-ticket title is now no more.
I'm actually shocked by that. I cannot believe what we just saw. I mean, listen, this is deafening silence inside this 25 truck.
Wow.
I don't even know if he makes it back around fully.
I briefly mentioned, I was like, we haven't talked about engines blowing. I don't think that's going to be an issue until later.
Yeah.
When they're not giving each other enough clean air. It just ignited out of nowhere, and that's why we say you need to stay glued to the TV, because you just never know what's going to happen. He was on track to lead the most laps, and it is now over for the Boise State driver.
I'm curious to see what it was like either being right behind him or inside that truck.
Unbelievable. You heard it and you saw the wiggle to the outside. It was like
it was
an
loud.
explosion. He's lined up with Ben White. We're seeing no clean air for him. The oil temp was rising. And now this was an issue we saw during the Speed Weeks area, but just for drivers trying to figure it out. Abraham Vila gets punched on the nose. And that was it. Everyone went to scatter, thinking the worst. What happened with Tyler Tinsley? Oh, Spencer
Got into him.
Burns. Wow. And he's going to nail the inside retaining wall with the left front. Not done yet up front. Raul Alvis then gets into the Spencer Burns 06. Burns comes up the track and into the 48 of Jeff Perchatsky. Man, oh man. Things happen, and they happen quickly.
Yes, they do. And it's going to be interesting to see who is the lucky dog in all of this.
He caused 2 separate wrecks. I would not be so shocked if maybe the admins say, oh, that's going to be a hard penalty.
And we just now, by the way, have hit the halfway point of this race.
Here's Elvis. Man, we just hit halfway.
75 laps.
Man. Pit road, it's wide open. Abraham Vila will win the race off pit road with White, Thurston, Carr, Brummett now being the top 5. What's next? Let's talk about it. Okay, engines blowing. They've happened in e-tickets before, but for the trucks, it's easier to have your engine go because of how much tape you're usually running to get that speed. Now, we did say the speeds are a lot higher than what we're used to in Speed Week, but man, just not enough room from the nose to the tailgate. We saw Baker pushing, shoving, being aggressive, and really leading a pack, but he just miscued it by what seemed like a couple of seconds before he was going to get back out to the outside. We would love to get a word with Baker. Unfortunately, we cannot as of this moment. Let's talk to Tyler Tinsley. He had an incident there with Spencer Burns. Tyler, John Ramos, you got a copy.
Johnny.
Involved in an incident that was with Spencer Burns. Did you see it coming?
So TCB blew its engine, so I just wanted to, like, my instant thing was to scale the way as soon as possible. I had a feeling they would wreck. I was on the apron. According to my VC, I held my line, hit my door and spun. I thought I probably came back up too early. But it is what it is. We still have 1300 RPM, which just means we can stay in the draft. We still have a chance of this thing. We fixed our damage already. We're already in the draft. So
We are hearing reports Spencer Burns L1 and L4 for the Penn State driver. He is dropping way to the back. He caused one incident, then caused the second one. Now, Tyler, you did hit the inside retaining wall, but it doesn't seem all doom and gloom. How's that truck, and do you think you still have a race-winning potential?
Okay, let's just say we still have 1300 RPM, which is usually you're in the sweet spot to stay in the draft in the pack, so or even delete it. So it sucks that my fellow Pennsylvania school took me out, but we'll get back at it. You know, Tuesday we get wrecked out by Jonathan Ramos and now Spencer Burns. So we still got Divas in here. Braden, PCR is still good. We got fast truck. We got first in practice, so.
I can't believe that Jonathan Ramos guy wrecked you.
Yeah, he said sorry like 20 times, but you know.
Didn't he make a tweet about it as well, or a post on X?
Yeah, I think Tyler said, the Justice of the Peace, you know. Like, there's a huge, like, uproar in the Discord about it.
Oh,
Dude
man.
sounds like a scrub.
Yeah.
You gotta be racing on a controller or something.
Yeah. Was spotting him and he was calling him out on it, you know. It was just not a good day for that.
And you know what? There's a reason why I think he's in the booth and not on the track, so great officiating by the admins. Tyler, good luck for the rest of this race. I was pretty terrible that race, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, I was watching.
But I got a top 5, just want to point that out. Okay, anyways.
Everyone gets lucky.
Everyone gets lucky. Hey, Abraham Vila leading the field. Benjamin White on the outside. James Thurston, Dean Brummett. They'll be up inside the top 4. Just when you thought it was time to maybe go to the bathroom, get some food. Oh, now you get a caution, and things are ready to change, maybe change a little bit quicker as we get ready to go back green flag racing. Vila, White, Thurston, Dean, Brummett. White has never won an e-ticket. Vila's never won an e-ticket. Thurston and Brummett, they've been so close. Brummett has gotten one. Thurston has not. Does it change tonight? 72 laps to go on the SimShop Tailgate 400. Barbagallo up inside the top 10 as of recently. He's lined in with James Thurston. Vila has not jolted to the outside. Ben White sits toe-to-toe with him. White a nose out in front to turn 3.
In the second half of this race, you start seeing the aggression pick up a little bit. You're seeing it on this restart. Nobody taking it easy. Down low, Vila with the push, grabs the lead as they get to the front.
Top lane advantage. Exiting turn 4. Side drafting. You see him trying to get to the back spoiler to take the air off. It doesn't make White quicker. It just makes Vila a little slower. And you can see that's where Ben White gets the advantage back to turn 1.
He's got that push now from Dean Brummett, trying to get his second e-ticket win. Top 5 running as of now. William Schmidt, the closer now, staying in that top 6, 7 for a good part of this race.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that now he is making that charge back forward. The comers and goers, we knew it was going to be a thing, but probably not to this extent. Corey Doozer, early in the race, he was up front leading laps. Now he's back to 6. Frank Corley, he was up front in the top 10, dropped back to the mid-25th position, 6 positions. And then he starts creeping back forward. So not surprised that they're starting to make the charge. A little surprised that it's with 71 to go.
Yeah, but we've seen it where they can start getting 3, 4 wide, and it's hard to make up spots without causing a wreck. So up front, Thurston taking the lead. You got 2 trucks representative of Florida running towards the front of this pack. Texas right behind him, giving him a push.
And that will be the U. James Thurston has led a lap in this race. Now he just hopes to lead the last one. The University of Miami on the inside, the University of Florida on the outside, both being pushed by either a West Virginia truck or the Hook of Texas machine on the bottom of Abraham Vila. Not a 3 wide move just yet, but you can see Horley's motioning to the outside. Come on, Carlos Truther. Let's see if we can get that 3rd lane rolling.
Anyone wants to make a move, he'll go with them at this point. We've seen it tonight. He lives on that high side, making those big moves, trying to start that 3rd line. Nobody wanting to take the bait just yet.
Riding on with Horley again. This time he jumps to the outside. Watch how much the momentum swings here. He has help. He's getting pushed currently. Gets up to that middle lane, give or take to the leader of it. And that's about James Thurston. The second they start side drafting each other, everything starts to change a little bit, and they don't have much time here. I guarantee you Carlos Truther is not going to stick with Horley if it means ruining the engine of his truck. And right now they start dropping back a little bit more too. They need the numbers. They just don't have the number game as of this moment. But luckily the sun is shading most of the racetrack, at least through 3 and 4. So is the temperatures cooling down? Are the speeds kicking up? Do we pierce 200 miles per hour tonight?
If we don't, we will be close. The speeds are picking up, and with it, the intensity is picked up in this race. But I think with part of it, you see with 68 laps to go, we're in the second half. They're thinking end game of this race so far. You can't just make a big move and take it 3 wide right off the bat in the run. Log a few laps, stay towards the front, don't ruin your race on a restart. And you see those 2 up top, they paid the price for it.
There's Barbagallo. The Pacific Northwest, not a lot of representation at Enter Night in America, minus River Page Racing, but Barbagallo said, I like the duck, I love the icon. I said, you know, didn't at one point it look like Donald Duck? Well, Barbagallo was a fan of the 3 Caballeros. If you guys didn't know that, a huge fan of it. Most of his trucks have some representation from that movie. And he said there's a duck with Oregon, we're going to take it to victory lane. And that's where he currently is leading, trying to get there in the next 68, 67 laps.
And we're seeing 2 distinct lines formed up. Up front, you got maybe, I'd say, 8, 9, 10 cars on the high side, and a huge line of trucks down low, and someone going way down low out of the corner.
I believe that was the pit machine of Douglas Newbigging. He is way to the inside. Did he get hooked, or did he just go down there?
Oh, he almost got hooked there by Delgado. They got together, a little contact between the 2 of them. Doesn't look to cause too much damage.
I don't think the K-State driver's going to be too fond about that. Look at the damage on the left front. Going to affect the aero just a little, but oh man, he's someone that's been riding around. I think he wants to get around the Douglas Newbigging machine. Not too fond of what just happened.
Everyone making a pass base in that Alabama truck. Slow, staying out there. Up front, Barbagallo with the push now. The Duck getting the push from the Gator.
Yeah, man, what a move those two have been able to make to run up to the front half of the field. It's all green in the front row. You're starting to see maybe another push to the outside 3 wide. That's Andres Varas with the, 69 of Frank DeAngelis. Dean Brummett up in 6. Man, the last time he's been up here this long, NWP 400 of last year.
He won.
Don't look away from Dean Brummett. He could be another 2-time e-ticket champion.
What we've seen, he can make some of those really decisive big moves at the end of these races, and that's what you're going to need. You're seeing the guys that are still around in this race, and they're staying up front. They're decisive with their moves.
Looking deeper in the field, River Page up to 12. Dean Brummett still in that 6th position, but you're starting to see a little more shuffling deeper in the field. You had Movic, you had the 38 of Michael Mitchum. 3 wide, it is now 3 rows deep, but well outside the first top 8, maybe top 9. Doozer on the inside, a lot of layaway from him to the Dominic Barbagallo machine. The inside lane has the numbers, but man, lane 2 is just sticking with them.
Yeah, and that's what they got to do until they start getting in racing up front again on the 3rd lane. That 3rd lane really opens the door for the middle guys because there's different people bailing out, and that's where they got to get to. So as long as you just maintain up there and then they start racing, we see it. Dean Brummett making the move up to the top. You're seeing all these guys making these big moves, 3 by 3 through the pack again for 3rd.
And this time, James Thurston will lead the convoy. Help from Brummett, help from Truther, and that will also bring DeAngelis with Andres Varas. I like what Frank did there. He jumped to the outside showing, hey, there's guys back here in row 6, row 7 that are willing to make it 3 wide. Someone jump up here. And once they saw in their mirror that there's 2 trucks wayside, they said, let's join them on the shelf. And now they're stuck 3 by 3 in the first 4 or 5 rows.
Well, what I like too is that a lot of these guys are just, they seem comfortable right now. They're not pushing it too hard, but they're also not laying back to the point that we're going to see a big choo-choo train throughout the pack. And so you see, these probably top 16, 17 guys, they're dicing it up, making moves. Another one there, Brummett looked to try and go up high. They keep it just 3 by 3 for now.
William Schmidt up the gut. The boys from Boulder are here and ready to race. He's got the Tar Heel Blue in the 9. He's got the Wool behind. That looks to be River Page. And then the Volunteers with the Sooners. That's all lined up in the middle lane. Texas, Georgia, Oregon represented on the inside lane with Vila, White, and Barbagallo. But the inside has dissipated, and I mean big time.
Well, and I got to say, going up towards the front a little more, this is the most I think we've seen Frank DeAngelis up in the top 10 of one of these races in years.
I got to give it to him. I mean, he's someone that needs to show up and show out. His credibility in NO9, let's be honest, has been dropping considerably. And I said, you need to go up here and you need to win an e-ticket if you want to have that Etsin burn sideways deep in the field.
No caution, though. Single car. Nearly got some air. But yeah, talking about Frank, I think the last time I remember him being so close to the front was, what, the 2023 Florida 500?
Yes.
And he was going for the win at the end of that race.
Yeah, that was Cootie and Movic with him. Now, Cootie is already out of this race. Him and Movic are still well together. You can see DeAngelis on the outside. That's with the number 60 machine now of River Page. Trying to get a push, but just can't get enough of it.
Oh, big wreck.
That looks to be Corey Doozer, Frank DeAngelis involved as well. And just when we mentioned him, Doozer heavy impact. DeAngelis is smoking.
I think it might be it. Spoke a lap too soon. It's very similar damage to what we saw Basin get earlier.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit worse than that one.
That's similar, but
very similar
worse.
On the outside. The worry is what's under the hood that we don't know, and I'm willing to gamble that that engine, it's not put together.
No.
A lot of damage.
I think this is one of those wrecks going to take a few out of the race.
DeAngelis, one of them. Jeff Perchatsky wasn't involved. We saw maybe the move for Zachary Truhl. This was a wreck that was deeper in the field. 61 laps to go. And another caution bites the dust. Let's see what happened. happened pretty quick, too. We didn't really see it coming.
So, yeah, it's further up in the pack because
he went with Doozer. River Page went with him as well.
the 8 and the 69 both got into that, so it's a little bit of a stack up on the high side. Doozer into the back a little bit. Oh, there it is.
He got him.
And surprisingly, it looks like...
Oh, Zachary
never mind.
Truhl and the Ole Miss truck.
But it's another one where great avoidance by a lot of the guys still in this field.
Well, there's March Madness, there's the college football playoffs, and then there's the Tailgate 400, and you just never know how it's going to end. Unfortunately for Doozer, after leading 3 of 89, he may be out of this race.
Yep.
And he is already on pit road. Speaking of, pit road is open. Abraham Vila is going to lead him down.
Well, John, I'm looking at what we got here, and depending on the way the cautions fly, you only really have to pit one more time. Now, of course, overtime is something that we have to keep in mind, but you can make it about 35 to 40 laps in a fuel window. We got 60 to go. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Actually, it's very much in the realm of possibility.
In and out, Abraham Vila, what a race he's had. The Volunteers truck.
Yeah,
Sitting there in the second position with Aiden Walker, Barbagallo, Dean Brummett, all lined in. You know, this is a perfect opportunity. Let's go talk to some drivers. Always great to hear what they say and, you know, what could be happening. Man, I'm telling you, James Thurston has been quick. James, John Ramos, it's got to be smiles for you right now.
Yeah, man, we had a great race out there.
You know, this is the first time I've found out that James Thurston has smiled in, I think, a year. This has been your race. I want to point that out. This is your 23rd East ticket start. Could it be the lucky number you've been looking for?
Yeah, I think it really might be, honestly. It's been a great race for us. Me and River are working great together. But, you know, obviously we got to get all the way to the end first. But, I mean, all in all, we've had a lot of fun so far. So I'm just glad to be here.
Heck yeah. Well, a lot of things still coming on. A lot of things still rolling as we make our way around the track. Vila, Walker, Barbagallo, Brummett, all lined up and getting ready for a restart. You're back in 10th. What has been your strategy this entire race?
Just try to stay as far forward as we can. You know, we can't lead every lap, but when we can be up there and contend for it, I like to just be there because it feels a lot safer just than, you know, right around in the back and hope you don't get in one. But, I mean, yeah, it's hard to make ground, so if you're there at the end up front, you're probably going to be one of the best, you're probably going to have the best shot of anyone. So I don't think you're going to win this thing by staying in the back.
All right, well, we'll get ready for a restart that's coming up here. Staying up front, not being in the back. Thurston, you've had a lot of confidence in this race, but we didn't hear much about you through Speed Week. What's been the preparation like? And now that you're here, is this an area where you think you're comfortable with sitting in 10th?
Yeah, the preparation's just been working almost every day at McDonald's. So, I don't know, we haven't done a whole lot of on-track testing. We did some tests pre-race, some of your tests, and I think we learned a lot about the way this thing races. And I've really been surprised how much they've wrecked this race. I thought we'd get some more green flag running and some more green flag pit stops, but really we only have an opportunity for one more green flag stop to happen. So at this point, we're just going to stay up front and hope we don't get killed.
All right, well, excited for that. Indeed. Good luck for the driver in the University of Miami truck. Well, this race, we've had drama, we have had excitement, we have had things going wrong, but let's get you an update on who's out of the race. Andrew Cootie, the first retiree. Yahir Rodriguez, Raul Alves, Spencer Burns. We expect Dew and maybe let's throw in, actually nobody else to be considered the drivers out of the race. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Dew, basically the 5th driver out of the race. We heard that there's drama on the track as well. Well, in e-ticket events, it's normal for tempers to get a little hot. We saw what happened with Spencer Burns. His incident down to 1 and 2, getting Tinsley and then Raul Alves. I believe Alvis and Burns have agreed to disagree more ways than not. And unfortunately, their race has come to a crashing end for both.
Yeah, I have a feeling that the post-race driver discussion will be very hot tonight.
It's going to be very, very hot. Not too many laps left to go. 58 to go here in the SimShop Tailgate 400. Lined up, ready to go back racing. Walker on the outside, Abraham Vila on the bottom, Dominic Barbagallo with Dean Brummett. Head back to the restart zone. We're green once more. Mosteller, he started to peek into the outside before they got the full saw. I think that's maybe a way to get James Thurston to rally the troops forward. Not exactly sure, but that outside lane is struggling to get that move forward. Now Walker just a nose out in front.
Orange truck lockout in the front of the field. Vila, Walker side by side. Texas, Tennessee fighting for that lead. A big push from Barbagallo on the bottom is going to get Vila the lead for now. Coming to 56 laps left.
All tight knit, 2 by 2. Deeper in the field, they're mostly spread on out. For Dean Brummett, he has locked tailgates with that 93 machine as the Tennessee Volunteers will get a lap led. Walker leads that one. 56 laps remaining before they climb the 33 degrees of banking.
And Walker brings it back down to the bottom. That opens the door for Brummett to get a push from Daniel Mosteller and James Thurston. Brummett with a push from the two winningest drivers in NR history, and it might just get him the lead.
Tight knit, 2 by 2, still not a lot of movement. Dean Brummett, what a story it was. Another father he was expecting before the NWP 400. He now has a kid as of this moment watching back at home as well. Can he win and remember this moment? A lot of laps to go, but oh boy, he's been up front just going at it.
And he has been one of the mainstays up front. So too has Mosteller much of this race. That Tar Heel 9 has been right up racing for the lead. Going to get a push from Thurston. And behind them, River Page, you just keep seeing the shuffle for the lead.
Oh, man, it is on right now. Looking for a move. Carlos Truth to the outside. He's sticking with his teammate Frank Horley. They've worked together well. Still a lot of separation deeper in the field. But for Dean Brummett, it's the control he's wanted. One problem, the driver sitting right behind him has won 2 e-ticket events this year, looking to make it 3.
Yes, he is, and he's won them in exciting fashion so far. But I want to point somebody else out who's been moving his way up through the field. Drew Jua back in the 14th spot, and up front, Dean Brummett just got shuffled out of line. He's going straight to the back.
He put the bet on himself, but nobody went with him. Now Aiden Walker gets company. That's in the 9 machine in the second lane. But Abraham Vila has been riding that paint all race long. Inside lane, it's all his. Barbagallo, this is the best shot he's had on an e-ticket. The tides show that we could have a first-time champion, but who have we not seen the best from yet? Time to go deep in the field once more. Michael Mixum is back. There he is in the Virginia Tech SimShop 38. Tyler Tinsley has been up and down, but mainly towards the rear. Douglas Newbigging, he had some life up front. He's dropped back as well. Where on earth is maybe the Braden Mubbick machine? Starting to get that creep, starting to get that stride. He's up to 11th.
Hey, we're coming to 53 laps to go. A lot of people might be saying that's a lot of time, but you got to position yourself. We've heard it from these drivers. You can't just win it from being in the back all day. You got to start making your way forward. He did the same thing in the NWP 400, and by the end of that thing, he was fighting for the win. Doing the same today. Up front, Vila Mosteller fighting for the lead. North Carolina has a nose for now. Here comes Texas.
Oh, yeah. ACC on the outside. SCC on the inside. That's for the first 2 rows. Tennessee and Texas downstairs. That's a huge shutout in front. And I'm telling you, Abraham Vila is feeling it. These drivers continue to work. 2 by 2, trying to log these laps. It's currently 9:23 local time at Talladega, 10:23 on the East Coast, and you're watching the SimShop Tailgate 400. What's SimShop? Your #1 home for all sim racing material. Barbagallo to the lead, but I'm telling you, use IDK 5 at checkout to get 5% off all things in store, including that 30% Black Friday deal. Chevy downstairs, Ford on the outside.
That looked like a race-winning move for the lead. You saw him have those top two basically played, and that got White up to the lead now. Top two lines running well, third line forming up behind them. They're going to have to make a decision.
And I think Ben White's going to make the decision for him. How about I bring himself to the race lead? 3 wide once again. This time James Thurston's got company. A nice move to the middle for Abraham Vila.
The aggression picking up, coming to 51 laps left in this race. Fight for the lead, loose through the tri-oval. Barely at the line goes Vila.
Trying what he can, trying to work with what he's got. It's been tough, it's been daring for some, it's been bold for others, while other machines alike, they've been just hanging out back there, trying to see what's going on and watch the show for Benjamin White. He's won with this car track combo, but he's never been put in position to win an e-ticket event. 51 laps to go, still a long ways away, but he's got full control to turn 3.
And we're seeing different guys keep getting shuffled out. I believe that's Thurston got shuffled out of the pack just now. Up front, we're starting to see a few more people jumping up there. Jackson Carr, 2/3 of the way through this race, is in the top 10. Riker Byram trucking the wall in the back.
And that should be Andres Varez in the Kentucky Wildcats. He slams it with the right side, and just like that, he'll lose the draft.
Yeah, he plastered the side of that wall. Up front, White has a bit of space, a push from Walker. Both of them can make the move up top if they want. Don't take it.
Barb lined up with Vila, and it's back 2 by 2. And this is where you start thinking, okay, 50 laps to go. It's not the first 50 laps, it's the final 50 laps. We're past halfway. We're in an area where they still have to pit. Now, if we get a caution after this one right here, we are in a fuel lottery situation where if we get a caution and have to go to overtime, we're going to start seeing some stragglers come to pit road.
Well, John, the window opens up in 10 laps. They can pit in 10 laps and make it to the end of regulation. But it is those overtimes you have to keep an eye on, so keep that in mind. Braden Mubbock, by the way, you're wondering where he went? To the back. He got shuffled out of the line. He's back there with Dean Brummett now.
That's big, and Brummett was just leading the race. It felt like just a moment ago. He sits 25th. He's got 2 on the board, and that's the big thing. When you think so many drivers have led the big amount of laps, you still think, could they have led more? I believe the most laps led currently is still maybe by Terrell Baker. And that's with only 11, and these guys are still pushing left and right. We've had so many lead changes this race.
Big move up in the top side. Barbagallo just shut the door on that line. Gets the run up top. You got 3 lines forming up again.
3 by 3 by 3. Barbagallo outside, pushed by Horley.
He's got a heck of a run there.
Aiden Walker to the inside. That's with the number 15 of Benjamin White.
That move got him the lead for a moment. Walker keeps Tennessee up front just for now. 3 by 3 through this pack.
Barbagallo in 5th. Kenny Reel in 6th. Riker Byram in 7th. River Page back to the 9th position. That's with Michael Mitchum.
And nobody's really having any give up at this point. We know that you got to get yourself in position to get the lead. We're seeing a lot of people starting to make their way back forward again. I keep pointing him out. He finds a way through the pack every time. Drew Jua just outside the top 10.
2 by 2 was then 3 by 3. 47 laps to go. Walker trying to block. Not going to work.
That was a bad move. It's going to get into the middle now. That opens the door for White to take the lead. On the apron went Real. He's up to 2nd. He was almost a lap down. Was a lap down earlier. Going now for the lead.
And can he do it? Help behind William Schmidt.
I think he's going to get that push. White has the lead for now, a nose out ahead. But they are pushing and pushing like crazy. Coming up on a lapper as well. 3 by 3 through the pack. It's going to get tight.
River Page was looking. River Page was peeking. That's still very deep in the field, but that second lane has now dropped apart. Benjamin White, the race leader on the inside with Kenny Reel. Trucks in the grass trying to get out of the way. Dylan Basin, Jeff Perchatsky. Man, Kenny Reel had a hand over fist.
They keep it together though. Into one. It's Walker taking the lead again. Down low, White. Tennessee versus Florida, a classic rivalry in football, classic rivalry in the front.
And this is big right here. That third lane just can't get it going. Back to Aiden Walker on the inside. This driver also races in person out of Knoxville, Tennessee. He races at Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway in the Legends Division. He's raced at Newport. He has raced up in Kingsport. He's raced all over the place, but has never got an e-ticket win. Multiple wins in NR Night in America. Can today be the day he gets it done, not just for himself, but the city he lives in?
And you know what? They've started to get a little more 2x2 throughout this pack now. Up front, Mosteller gonna fight for the lead. He's got a push from Riker Byram. We haven't called his name all night.
West Texas is on a roll. Riker Byram loves this track. He tailgated at this track in the middle of turns 1 and 2. And he said there's nothing better than Talladega. What a way it would be if he can possibly get it done here. But still 45 laps to go. You know what we also haven't talked about? James Beaumont. Man, that LSU truck has just been sitting there and waiting to make any type of move. Talk about waiting in the tall grass and maybe finding a weakness in the prey.
Yeah, we have not talked about him all night, but he's been there. He's been in the shot. Somebody else in the shot is Michael Mitchum. He is, I think, third, fourth in that high side line, right behind Riker Byram, and he's got a push from Jua. That high side forming up well.
3 wide, 2 wide. Catching your breath, maybe just for a moment. Back 3 wide, that's Bomar, that's Vila, that's Lane Sanders. Lane Sanders was involved in a big wreck deep in the field early in the race, and we talked about it. If you're going to have an issue in any of these sim races, have it early, because you can make up time. There's a reason why some drivers haven't dropped out of the event yet due to being involved in incidents. Hey, get a caution here, get a caution there. I may take a little bit more time. I may go out of my way and get the car or get the truck fixed up. And I think that's what we've seen now out of Lane Sanders. Early incident, still now here with a lot of time left to roll.
And that's a theme that we've seen in all of NR, in normal NR night, in the NR Cup Series last year, and in these e-ticket events. Underdog stories, comeback stories, they are plentiful in this series. And up front, we got Horley with a push now from Vila, trying to make that third line work.
I was just about worried because it seemed like Vila was trying to side draft Horley so much, he almost right hooked the number 2 machine in the outside wall. But the New Jersey finest is going to get an opportunity here. Frank Horley with Rutgers has thundered to the front half of the field. He's 3 wide, wayside, but no help behind the 1.
We saw the 93 and 15 both on the apron for a moment. It is hard to keep these trucks under control. 3 wide still up front. Those 2 up top, they're fighting the valiant fight, but they're falling back.
Things have got to change. They've got to change in a hurry for some. The restlessness has been big, but for Drew Jua, welcome to the 10th position. Wow, what a comeback. Now, can he hold on to it? Let's rekindle a memory here. Lap 2 incident, he said it wasn't on himself. We watched the replay, he came down. The incident with Basin, he flat out hooked them into the outside wall. Some speculated that he should have gone in L5. We said L1, L4, it's going to take him some time to get back up there. But what did he do? He didn't quit. He went up, he got back on the lead lap through the lucky dog position, and now here he is back up inside the top 15 with enough time left to sit, plan, and react.
We got another lap truck coming up, 3 wide through the pack. If he gets down on the apron, we're fine. If he stays on the track, we've seen issues caused all night by that.
Racing has been fun. Racing has been exciting. That 18 machine now to the inside, the Boston College driver, Eladon Contreras, jumping out of harm's way. The flow of this race has been unique. Cautions, yes. Still quick pace, very much. And the question is, when is the change of the tide? Because even though we've had these cautions, it was go, go, go. Okay, 1 degree, 1 degree. We're rolling. and they're still 3x3, 4x4. The aggression and the resilience, the relentless out of these drivers, it's insane. Wouldn't you see if you saw a truck or 2 or 3 get airborne that you may say, single file, I'm going to hang out until maybe 15 to go?
I would, but the thing is, too, this might be the tide that's turning, coming to the line this time. You might be thinking 40 to go. What's that matter? It's just 40 to go. The fuel window's open. Open the window. They can make it to the end. They might have to save a bit, but in the next couple laps, they all can pit and make it to the end, at least of regulation.
This is Riker Byron. We're trying to see if the speed differences changed. Abraham Vilas forced to push on the outside and already 195. You can catch 196 in maybe a matter of moments. No, it actually peaked out at 195. Vila having to get out of the throttle, but he was 195 off turn 2.
He was. They are going a lot faster than they were earlier. They're barely getting 193 to 4. Now 195 off the corner. But again, that high side, you just don't have the numbers to stay up there, and they keep getting shuffled back.
Morley in that truck, wayside, still 3 wide. Braden Mummick looks to join on in. Dean Brummett back to 17th. What is it like running in the middle? This is what you see. Trucks to your outside, trucks to your inside.
Here you are, stuck in the middle with them.
And you're on a 33-degree bank corner. The only impact or wonder or alert you can get from a wreck in front of you, smoke. That's it. You can't see that far ahead.
No, and we saw earlier where I forgot who it was, but it was somebody stuck behind another truck. Crash broke out. They only saw the crash because the truck got out of the way.
Aiden Walker, Tennessee on the inside, moved by the Vandy of Kenny Reel. Reel downstairs. He wants to lead another lap. I'm telling you, for the dads back home, what a sight it would be for Reel or Brummett to go to victory lane.
Hey, I'll tell you what, though. Vandy, they have pulled off some upsets when it comes to Alabama this year.
Don't tell me that's what we're going to see tonight. That would be insane.
It'd be the theme of the year. Those 2 Tennessee trucks on the bottom now. Oh, and a bit of a break up in the middle. Someone blow up or just get slow?
We're about to find out. I'm seeing slowness. I think it was just a checkup. No, yes, in, out, see ya. That may be the Michael Mitchell machine.
Yeah, Mitchman 38 down on the bottom. Single car, he probably blew it up. He's done.
Wow, both SimShop trucks in, out the door. Let's go ahead and hear to see if that engine expired.
You're stuck in the middle like this, nowhere to go.
This is a replay for the ones watching back at home. Yeah.
Yep. You heard it right there.
The second engine expiration in this race. This time, Michael Mitchell in, out, good night. It's going to be a theme, I think, as we continue to roll, because it's so tough to get clean air on the grill of these trucks when they're packed together like that. I don't think we've seen the end of it.
And look what that did to the back of the pack where he was around. It spread them all out. Now we have the race in 3 wide still up front. But you can see how spread out this pack was. They'll come accordion back together again. But for now, you're going to have a lot of guys having to regroup and hopefully not lose the draft.
Mothick outside. Kenny Reel in the middle. Corley, Walker. 3x3, multiple trucks deep. 36 to go.
Look who's in the top 15 or flirting with it next to Drew Jewett. That's Gavin Austin, still in this thing.
And another one that was involved in an incident early. And the big also worry was when that incident happened with, I believe it was Andrew Cootie in the Notre Dame truck. When he went to the inside wall and came back up, I thought he was going to rally up 4, 5, 6 machines, but he just took himself out.
Yeah. But look who is flirting with the top 12 too, Dean Brummett. We haven't called his name in a bit since he got shuffled to the back. Up front, though, again, still Florida versus Tennessee. They keep going at it.
This has been a treat to watch as an e-ticket event. We've had comers, we've had goers, we've had wrecks, we've had the uncertainty, and now we have 35 laps to go with nothing but the aggression up front. Here comes Carlos Truther, top of the racetrack to the middle, new race leader to 1 and 2.
And he brings Frank Horley with him. Jua left to drive with Bomar up top. Georgia and LSU going to be stuck together going to the back, but what a move. Truther, Horley now up front. And hey, they're not going away on that high side.
No, sir, they are not. Wow, and just when I said uncertainty, the third lane. It can work, just been proven. They need the numbers game. The worry is if there's an incident on the bottom, everyone on the outside realistically would be involved.
Yes, they would, but what I'm seeing, John, are moves you can make on the last lap. If it is just 2 lines trying to lock everybody out, they can make that big move to the top. We saw they made up, 10 spots in the corner?
It looks that way. Now, I will say this. I'm about to do the biggest cardinal sin in all of racing. Comparing sports. It's the 4th quarter. It's the 3rd period. It's the bottom of the 9th. Near, should I say maybe 8th?
Maybe 8th.
All these,
we got past the 7th inning
we
stretch.
got there. We sang some tunes. We got the Cracker Jacks. But this is where you start really thinking about that checker flag. The goal, the end goal is in your brain. It's in sight. And this is where the restlessness comes. It's not the first 15 laps. It is where you get excited because it's feeding time at the zoo and someone's going to pounce at some point in this race.
Well, so I bring up 2 questions for you then. Do some of the more experienced drivers try and get them to line up? Try and wash some of these inexperienced guys or guys don't run up front out so they can decide it among themselves?
Yes and no, because there's some that are going to hold on to others because they'll have no choice to. But let's start circling some allies here. White, I'm trying to find most. There he is. Mosteller, White, 1 and 6. Truther with Horley, that's now 1 and 4. Vila, Walker, allies Schmidt, allies with Mosteller. So there's allies in view. I think if it's like your nearest friend is maybe 7 or 8 positions back, you have to go up the next best option. But there's too many allies in an area where you may start seeing them shuffle a certain way in the next 10 or so laps.
And then secondly, where does the fuel mileage go in all of this? Because they have to pit. They still have to pit at least one more time in this race, even just going to lap 150.
And honestly, it didn't really cross my mind. And so now there's a good chance they still will have to go the rest of the way unless we get a caution. Matter of fact, they do have to pit if we go green.
Yeah, and with that, we saw it in the practice races. They would overshoot the pits, trying to be aggressive. It's hard to load these trucks down. And now you have lappers going all over the place. One on the bottom, that's Prochatsky. And now they get back on the high side. And that should be pretty easy to get by him as long as nobody makes a move up there.
What a sight we have seen. Top 20, left side of your screen will then be split. Jackson Carr, he's been one of the calm ones. I believe Braden Mubbock, I can't believe I'm saying it, one of the calm ones. Gavin Austin, barring the first 10 or 12 laps, another calm one in sight. Riker Byron flirted with the race lead here and there. He now sits 11th, or should I say 17th. Douglas Newbigging has been up front. I believe he led a lap or 2. He's in 21st. Andrew Jamelin and the Arkansas truck has hung out back in the pack the entire race. I don't think he has sniffed the top 15, and for the reason at being, be there at the end. But if we pit, it's going to come down to getting in, getting out. It could be money stop time anytime.
It really could. I mean, at any point, it's more about, I think at this point, setting up for that green-white checker, for that overtime finish, because we know they can make it to the end now, but we've seen races go into 1, 2, 3, 4 overtimes before. Heck, we saw a cup race this year go to 5 overtimes. So at this point, you got to play the strategy smart. Maybe just run it to the end of the fuel window. Quicker stop as well with that. There's a lot to be desired at this point.
Fuel lottery at Dega. I wouldn't fully call it a fuel lottery. It would need to be a little bit more interesting for that. I still think some of these guys may try to stretch, but there's no way that's going to work. You're going to have to pit, and you're going to have to pit soon.
By the way, we have 24 trucks left on the lead lap of this race. That was Contreras we just passed to go 2 laps down about half a lap ago, give or take. So 24 still in this race. And you got to think that some of those guys that are laps down, they're trying to also just go for that lucky dog.
Here's Lane Sanders. He's 1 lap down. I'm looking at 32nd on back is out of the race. Basin is holding on, but virtually out. 7 laps down. Jeff Prochatsky is going to need a miracle. I'm looking at maybe realistically we got 28 drivers, maybe 29 if you put Zachary Trull in there. That's 3 laps down. They have a shot at winning. They'll be in the main group, but they're going to need, the Giga One to have any form of life come together.
We got another truck on the high side. Again, we're going to see a lot more lap trucks, and they're still 2x2. And what you have to worry about, too, is with 24 on the lead lap still going for it in this pack, do you have the numbers to make the moves now that you would have had with a pack of 30, 36, 40 trucks in there?
And these are all big names. The top 3, top 4 are split from Idk champions tonight. Top 5, 6, 7, 8, you got a mix of them as well. You've had bridesmaids and you've had teammates come so close. Man, oh man, I just can't put my finger on one driver just yet, Jared.
No, because we've seen the shuffle through this. You can be one of these guys who's been in the top 5 for much of the second part of this race. All it takes is one bad move and you're gone. I mean, Dean Brummett running 3rd right now, running 2nd right now. What was it, 10, 15 laps ago? He was outside the top 20.
Right. And here he is now on the outside, that with Braden Movick. Drew Jua, I can't believe what I'm watching. Go back to the 4 to 500. Drew was in nobody's radar. He started last. He also went multiple laps down in that race with an incident. And he came back to finish 2nd.
And he led 31 laps in that race, too. It wasn't like he was just, coming up right at the end. Dean Brummett takes the lead, by the way. He finishes that redemption arc, and look who's next to him, Braden Movick.
Oh, yeah. Movick is here. He's here to play. Minnesota State University. The only D2 in this field has thundered top of the board at Talladega.
But they've lined up, and now he's going to go 3 wide right to the back.
And he just wanted the lead.
You got to think maybe they're setting up for pit stops. Look how much they've lined up on the bottom of the racetrack.
Ah, yes, that is. Because usually if he would have just wanted to lead,
there they go.
Lap. Stop time, here they come.
It's the Land Rushers, a crash going into the pits. Riker Byram into him, a huge one entering the pits.
William Schmidt, Abraham Vila, the caution is going to wave. Who got to pit road at time of the yellow and who has underlining damage? A disastrous stop for everyone that came in. It wasn't just half the field, it was all of them, and that's going to change everything.
John, I think there were 2 separate wrecks. I saw one that just was in the corner of the screen, then Riker Byram getting back into another one. Some of them just didn't get it woed down.
And some are going to get through unscathed. Here's Abraham Vila, 4 tires and gas. Gavin Austin, 4 tires and fuel, but who had to stay out? Brummett, Byram.
Yeah, we got to break that down. There's multiple
Look at
wrecks.
these guys. Thurston had to stay out.
Braden Movick. If we're looking at it here, I want to say maybe the top 12, 13.
Man.
I'd say probably the top 12, 13. I know Walker, I think, was in the pits. So maybe the top 11, 12, I think, might have been the ones who had to stay out there.
The whole field came apart. Look at Kenny Reel.
Yeah, front of Reel's car is, our truck is just scrunched up with damage.
Yeah, there was definitely little to no communication. I mean, I think Movick originally went to the outside. I'm going to lead, and then when he found out everyone was pitting.
Top 12. Those are the ones that are out there still. Walker should have the provisional lead. They're going to pit now. Let's see what happened.
This is going to be the interesting thing. We saw Movick move. Land rush, money stop time, but I think the banks were closed, and for a good reason, man. Oh, my goodness.
All right, let's slow it down here because there were two different wrecks at once.
And we're going to have to go super slow for this one.
Watch, there's one in the front, and then you'll see Byram in the back just coming up quick.
I don't think Reel expected to pit. He didn't want to pit. Jams right into the back of William Schmidt.
And that gets Drew Jua. And then watch towards the back here. He's out of control. Riker Byram in that 98 has nowhere to go. He's out of control. I think he's going to get right into the back of Braden Movick, who's trying to bail at the same time.
Bail out.
Not going to happen. Oh. And that just stacks up the whole pack because you see all the smoke ahead of them. And now there's another wreck going on.
And we're calling no penalty. Kenny Reel had no plans of hitting, and he got boxed in with all the drivers trying to make the move on the outside. Riker Byram could have allegedly be one, but I think it was more of a reaction to who was coming up in front of him. The caution came out at such a weird moment where I don't think everyone got onto pit road. Let's see it here. There could be L1s and L2s coming for
Green
the
light.
Tinsleys, for
There it is.
bang, Tinsley got caught, and everyone else behind him.
Well, go back. I think Lane Sanders barely made it in.
Yeah, he barely did, for sure, without a shadow of a doubt. But Tinsley still gets jammed up on the nose because of a sideways Josh Kenyon, so he's going to be on pit road.
He loses in every way.
The real net loss will be for this driver right here, the 36.
Kenny Real in the
Andrew
chat. Kenny Real in the chat says just got sandwiched 2+ minutes. Was pitting next lap and never said anything about pitting in front of him. Rough break for a lot of these trucks. And you're seeing a lot of them that ended up pitting had to come back because of damage. So who really ended up actually winning out of all this?
So Andrew Jamelin will be going to the back of the field. And it's stuff like that you can't plan for happening, coming together. We were going to get a green flag pit stop that now goes out the door. This puts Aiden Walker, Dominic Barbagallo, Jackson Carr, and James Bomar as your top 4 currently. Drew Jua, Moss Steller, and others. They're giving time for the drivers to get on and off. Dean Brummett, does he make it in time? Yes, he does. That a boy, Dean.
He keeps the dream alive.
Talk about he's running on a dream. Man. And we will get the elusive 1 to go this time by. I mean, we have just very few laps left in this race. If it's going to happen, it's got to happen now. 24 laps remaining.
It is going to get wild.
Drew Jua, can you believe it? I am speechless. River Page won so many races in NR. He's one that so many expect to get one, and can it be here?
Well, and some of the guys who are running way up towards the front, Vila, White, they're outside the top 10 now. 12th for Vila, 14th for White. Schmidt, the closer, he's outside the top 15. He's going to have to do it. Mavic, just bad luck there. Tried bailing out last second, 18th. Gavin Austin, 19th. They got a lot of players who are going to be needing to make their way forward.
And it's going to have to be in a hurry. Bomar, Mosteller, man, we've seen Most make great moves. We've seen him make bold moves. To think he is sitting on a pedestal of the drivers that could win 3. Coming in, Mavic, TCB, and him. We're going for their 3rd. Baker is out. Engine issues. Mavic is in, but got junked towards the back. And now we all wonder, what is next? Crowd on their feet. Welcome to Talladega. For the ones just joining us, you've missed a whole lot, but you're here for when it matters the most. Dominic Barbagallo, Aiden Walker, Jackson Carr, James Bomar. Top 4 lined up 2 by 2 with 23 laps to go. Bomar quick to the inside. He's going to leave the 17 of Barbagallo on the outside lane. Already downstairs, it's rolling.
Jackson Carr now up to the 2nd spot. Bottom line gets the push. Barbagallo's going to be outside the top 5 in no time. He is now. And the race is between these 5 for now. 23 laps to go down the backstretch. Big move for Bomar. He's got the high side.
Is it enough? Truth or wayside? Nobody goes with him. His teammate left him out to dry.
And at this much time left, coming to 22 laps to go, that might be all she wrote. He's got to get back in line, get the run now. Bomar takes the lead with a push from Demos. Behind him, Drew Chua, who doesn't want to be a bridesmaid again to that 9.
LSU nearly had their first taste of leading a lap. Moss Steller to the outside. He's your race leader. Remember back in February, Moss Steller versus Jua. Does it happen again? Jackson Carr, he's been up front all race long. Does Iowa State get one? 2 by 2 by 2.
And only 1/100th of a second was between the 9 and the 5 in that race. Up front, LSU versus North Carolina. Behind them, Tennessee and Georgia. It is a heavyweight fight up towards the front of this pack. And again, the 12 of Truth are trying to make it work, can't get anywhere.
I think he wants to get back to the bottom, but he got left out to dry. This is where he doesn't want to be. He wants a third lane to roll. He wants to lead it, but nobody is willing to go with him.
Another one trying to get up to the top side. Is that Riker Byram, I think? No one going with him either.
Oh.
You've got to wait. I think you got to be patient at this point. Make the move or somebody go up with you, hopefully, but with 21 to go, there's still time.
Chevy, Toyota, Bomar, now shoved by the 9.
And another move there. I think that's Vila to the high side. He's going to get a little bit of a push from White. 2, 3, 4 trucks go, and off they go.
And I wonder with William Schmidt, I wondered if he was going to be having a lot of damage, and he definitely got some, but they fixed it in time. He's back in 14th. I don't think a single truck tonight has not been in anything.
Not only the ones maybe that have sat in the back the whole time, but there's no time to do that anymore. 20 laps to go. Up front, Bomar has the lead in the middle. 3 wide for the second spot. Here comes Horley.
You have just 20 laps to define and decide who wins the 24th e-ticket event. This is the SimShop Tailgate 400, but also in the next 20 laps, we'll find out who the luckiest bean award goes to. The I Have 40 Wins Hard Luck Award, the Lucky Duck Clean Driver Award, and the SimShop Most Laps Led. Drivers have been going for it, but I think all chips are in the middle, knowing it's go for gold, and right now the Rutgers Ford is hauling right through the center.
Bomar with the lead still. LSU, Tennessee, 1-2 for now. Horley in the middle, trying to get that run built up one more time. 3 wide for the lead. Bomar, Horley, Vila.
I think Bomar is going to need that help from Aiden Walker like he's never seen it before. I just worry that Walker's not giving enough clean air to his grill. You see him now backing up and swaying. If you see any trucks peek to the backstretch to the inside, that's just because they're getting clean air. You saw it from Lovick. You saw it from Gavin Austin. He went to the middle, and I think Aiden Walker was just blessed to have the James Bomar machine jump to the wayside.
And you can't be conservative at this point, but you also have to save that stuff. You have to be aggressive with the moves, conservative with the engine at least. Up front, Bomar, Walker, then Horley. Top line is starting to fall back, though. Demo's giving the push to the 2 truck. He's going to go to the high side, try and make that line work.
Oh, man, it's on. Some out of the throttle. Some full on in the gas. Ben White, we haven't seen 4 wide just yet, but he's been peeking at it. If he gets that opportunity at a lifetime, I think he's going to jump at it.
Mosteller on the high side, trying to get his 3rd e-ticket win ever. 3rd e-ticket win of this year. 3rd one on a super speedway this year. He is just 4 300ths back of the lead. Horley peeking out his nose, barely has it.
3 by 3, 5 rows deep. Abraham Vila in the Texas truck to the outside. James Bomar in the LSU Tundra, now leading lane 2, heading to the trial vault.
He opened the bottom for a moment. Can Walker make the move? He's got a push from Jackson Carr.
17 to go. And this is where things are really getting bold, really getting aggressive. Top 20 shown left side of your screen. 40 entered, couple out of this race, but what you have on your screen is what you've got, and oh boy, is it all throttle and no one lifting.
That top line is starting to move back again. We see it over and over. They can make it last a couple laps. Demos now falling back to the 7th spot, trying to build that run back up. Only 4 trucks there, doesn't have the numbers.
Looking inside, looks outside. Back to the bottom, that being the Rutgers 2. Frank Horley won the first ever e-ticket event in NR Night in America. It was the Dynaco 400. That in June of 2021, lay dormant and winless for so long. This is the best car track combo he has ever had for an e-ticket event that fits right into his racing style, and he's showing it with 16 laps to go.
They were 4 wide in the pack. Mosteller gets shuffled all the way outside the top 15. He's going to need a miracle to get back up there up front. Bomar, Walker, Horley, Chua giving a push. All 3 lines starting to work again. They just keep shuffling it up.
Worley on the inside now. I think Beaumont wanted to go to the bond, maybe to shut the door, but way too late of a push. And Hayden Walker has been sitting second fiddle in that Tennessee truck. I'm telling you, just don't count him out.
He's making the move. Horley up top. He's going to be right in the middle. And you got Walker now making the move. He's got his nose there. 15 laps to go at the stripe.
4 wide, 3 wide. We've seen it all tonight.
What an
Oh, Bomar! Hearted into the outside wall off the nose of Abraham Vila. They scatter in front of him, and the caution will wave with 15 to go. LSU is out of the SimShop Tailgate 400. Right hook and see ya. Look at the damage on the Texas Tundra.
That Texas Tundra of Abraham Vila was one of the favorites all race long. Wrong place, wrong time.
Can you believe it?
He's
You
right
can
to
catch your
pits.
breath.
And Horley, Frank Horley with the lead over Walker. Then Carr, Thurston, and Jua, the fast 5.
Oh, James Bomar, the late lunge heave.
I have a feeling Vila, he's
Not happy,
No.
I think, at all.
I have a feeling he's out of it. That looked like a whole lot of damage.
And it happened so quickly. I'm telling you, I thought it was going to be a lot worse. They scattered. They all got back to the caution without an issue. But watch right here.
Yeah, let's see how it happened. All right, so you see that 20 in the middle, LSU truck. Vila up top in the 1 for Texas in that orange truck. And it was a push from Jua. It might have been a push from Drew Jua.
Let's watch that again. The admin said, watch the initial hook. And then
Yeah.
watch the bumper, though, from Jua. They're going to review it because they think it's what we talked about in Countdown to Green. That could have all been netcode with Drew Jua, just a bystander.
Let's see.
A bystander with courtside seats, but then again, a bystander. Let's watch again. We're told, watch how the 20 flinches up. I don't see contact between Drew just yet.
That's contact.
Then there is
Well,
contact.
now that-
Then there is netcode.
Okay.
So that's a little tough. Did Drew hook him, or did Bomar get turned off of that invisible air?
Might have to have a different angle on that one.
It's going to be really... We're going to have to probably go to the blimp, because this is going to make a difference. If Drew Jua is out of this race, it is going to be based off of what this call will be. Maybe this is a better angle.
Gets close.
Now, there is contact. It's a little bit low. Bomar is coming high. I don't think he... I don't know. There is a netcode hit right there. That's the big one to look at. It's still not a good angle. We're going to have to get one more at
The
it.
question is it just a normal push, too? I gotta say, on an off note, it is still crazy to me that we have not had a complete blowover yet. These trucks have managed to maybe not stay on the ground, but stay right side up.
And we were worried. I cannot lie. We were very, very worried.
And credit to the pack. That could have been
A whole lot
15
worse.
truck wreck, and it was 2.
But we're going to give it one more view and then make a decision. We're going to have to go to the chopper, and this is where I think it's going to be a little bit more defined. This will be in full speed.
So watch that number 5 Georgia truck. Georgia and LSU.
Watch in the middle. So he does bump him. Oh,
Yeah.
it's close. And then you play the game of...
I'm glad I'm not making that call. That's the game I'm playing.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how they call it.
Because this is his race and balance.
And they are making the call. The admins are saying they're going to go with netcode.
Okay.
Too close to tell. They think that bump wouldn't have caused a wreck. They think it would have caused a disturbance, but not a full-on hook to the outside.
That's what I'm saying. It looked like a normal bump draft.
Man, if he wins this race, there's going to be a lot of controversy, I can guarantee you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, there will be.
Without a shadow of a doubt. Lights off, top of the pace truck, 12 laps to go.
And you know what? You can see that there's half and half in the chat, too. A lot of people just like, oh, come on, that's a penalty, L5. Others saying, no, that's just netcode.
I purposely wanted to stay out of that call, I'm going to be honest.
Same.
I didn't want
anything to do with it.
So half in half. And after 12 laps, we're going to see if it turns from a fire to a full-on inferno. But we'll see. Now, here's another thing, too. We did talk about this in the driver's meet, have not mentioned it today. If a driver wrecks someone for the win, in theory, for us, we could not just take away the prize money, but we could also strip the win if it is egregious enough. For Drew Jua, it may come down to the point where he needs to have the cleanest finish. If he hits anybody, I'm just saying that it is going to be close, and we talked about this in the driver's meeting because we want this to be fair, we want this to be balanced, and that if it does come down to that, a decision will be made before the stream ends.
He's got to channel his internal Mark Martin. Have Antonio Brown watching or whoever.
Oh man, what a crowd we've had hanging out with us with the Truck Series as we got 12 laps to go. Coming down to 11. This is it. The sun has started setting. The shadows have gone long. The viewers have hung out with us all race long. And we just know that it is not over. What is next? What are we not expecting to see that will come to fruition? Underdog, veteran, rookie versus a driver you see week in and week out. Sticks on the board, 11 to go in the SimShop Tailgate 400.
Good restart that time by Frank Horley. Gets out by a nose. He can make a move if he wants. Not for long, though. Top side starting to get that push. Walker as well as Thurston getting the push up high. It's going to be side by side on the back. Maybe not. Horley going to get the lead for now. Nope, yep, they're side by side this time.
I don't think he's making a move or a jostle out of line just yet. Some of these trucks back there have been licking their chops to get an opportunity. You see Christian Delgado, you see William Schmidt, and you see others now moving to that second groove.
Look at that gap between packs. Riker Byram on an island, but look at Daniel Mosteller leading back there with Josh Kenyon. That's a big gap, but if they can get a big run, that high side will have a full head of steam.
And they have every opportunity to do so. It's going to be either now or never for some of these trucks. What's on the board is here. Here's White. There's Barbagallo. There's Carlos Truther. Can something spark up with 10 to go?
With 10 laps left, anything can. Up front, Walker currently with the lead in that Silverado. Up front with the F-150 of Thurston next to him. They're getting a little more push. There's still that huge gap, though. You've got Gavin Austin at the tail of this pack, but you have them lined up behind him. Byram, Kenyon, Jamalin, Real, all lined up. Everyone is, they can get any run they want.
They can make that third lane into a super train and bullet across the first two lanes downstairs. They need Mosteller on the scene, though, and Braden Movick. It's going to happen, but can it happen within the next lap or two is the new question. Aiden Walker is leading this race. He slams the door shut on James Thurston, allowing Horley the advantage on the bottom.
And Horley's going to get a nose out and a little bit more on the push from Jackson Carr. Carr with his best e-ticket performance possibly ever. Here comes the run on the high side, and they've got guys joining too.
3 wide, here they come. Truther top side. He was lined up with William Schmidt. Schmidt turning the 22 into the 13. Does the caution wave for Delgado? Yes, it does. Moving to the inside goes to Nynama Mosteller.
Contact.
And we're going to have a late race restart. It started with William Schmidt, and I think it's going to end with him coming to pit road.
And Real made some major contact too with Daniel Mosteller. It's looking like that 30 ticket is getting further and further away for that 9.
And the 42.
Yeah.
Okay, we're another caution.
I'm about to say, where is Muvik? And I look, and he's right there with Mosteller.
I believe that is 9, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, it's 9.
Not the most we've had in an e-ticket event, but something we probably should have factored in with how aggressive this setup is, or, you know, the package is meant for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
I mean, heck, in the Florida 500, we had 13. In the Alabama 500, we had 12. We had 7 at Indianapolis, and we had 6 for the NWP 400. So this is a little out of character for the direction we've gone this year.
Let's see this. And we caught it live, but how it happened was very odd. Schmidt did not go with Truther. He made a jolt to the middle. Right here. I think there's a good reason for it. Truther went way up the track.
He just went too
And
low.
Schmidt just went too low.
And that made contact there with Gavin Austin. Down low is Delgado in the 13.
Oh, and there was nowhere for the 12 to go. They were stuck 4 wide. And before anyone puts blame on the 22, it started with a pressure move by William Schmidt that forced him.
Look at Real. He goes down, tries to correct it.
No damage by Daniel Mosteller. The Lucky Bean Award is going to have a lot of contestants.
Oh, there's some contact. There's a little.
Maybe just a little nudge. You know, let's ride on board with him and let's see exactly what he saw. This is down into 1 and 2.
So he was one of the guys in that third pack. They had the 4 that were trying to make the run. I think he had a right idea of waiting back there to make another run after, but you see they start jostling for it up there. And away they go. A little bit of contact, but should be good. There's been a lot worse positions you could be in.
Well, it's going to take his best to get up there.
And John, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the last e-ticket event the way he got out was a crash with the 3?
I believe so. That was Jaden Reyna in the 3. Now this time, with Kenny Real being in view, Andrew Chamberlain's up to 11th. Hey, he has not sparked the top 10 all race long. Something to keep in mind. Comers, goers, pushers, the heave, and here we are, staring down the barrel of maybe 5 laps to go.
Hey, you know, we've talked about him all day and been kind of surprised he's up there, but you got to give, with 7 coming to 6 to go, a bit of a shout out to Jackson Carr running 4th.
How about it?
This is where he runs in the first 5 or 6 laps of the race, not the last usually, so him being up that high up, it's been an amazing run for him tonight.
I am beyond proud of Jackson Carr and that whole team and what they've been able to do. I mean, he kind of became a meme the last year and a half with qualifying and then either something going wrong or dropping back outside the top 15. This is what that team needed to prove a point. Andres Vada is back there hanging out in the grass. Unfortunately, his race has been a really up and down move. We're going to get 6 to go here. We're going to get 5 to go at the line. Let's talk about it one more time. We are very grateful for all the support we have had from our sponsors and the viewers together. First, SimShop coming on late to make the Tailgate 400 a reality. Go to simshop.com and use code IDK5 to get 5% off all things in store. And guess what? That 5% can be stacked on top of already a 30% Black Friday deal. That's 35% worth of savings. I'm telling you, use code IDK5 at simshop.com. You're going to be so glad you did. It will improve your sim racing deal, your racing products, because we already saw tonight what happens when your mechanical failures, occur, including in a big event with Andrew Cootie. We also want to thank our sponsor in Lucky Duck Motorsports coming on to sponsor the Most Laps Led Award. Lucky Duck is huge. They have 2 drivers in this race with Douglas Newbigging and Drew Jua. Lucky Duck, very grateful indeed. The Cleanest Driver Award. They will sponsor the Cleanest Driver Award so that whoever finishes the race with 0x or maybe even more may get it. The Lucky Bean Award will be given to the luckiest driver of the race. Very thankful for them. And I have 40 wins coming on for the most unluckiest driver. That could take, I think, a week to figure out. Just kidding. Could just take a couple of minutes. And obviously, we are once again very thankful for SimShop coming on for the Tailgate 400. Whoever leads the most laps will be given $25. One thing, Jarrett, it's going to be tight to who gets any of those other prizes. It's going to be tight to see who wins this event. We have 5 laps to go. Who's going to come out the other end a winner? Who has what it takes to be the best of the best? Pace truck, hard left onto pit road. 5 laps, that's all that separates victory from defeat. The best have shined, the trucks have clashed. This is it from Talladega.
Good restart for Walker with 5 laps to go. He's going to get the lead. Thurston's going to get second. They're clear. They can do what they want. No contact between the 5 and the 2. Jua gets into Horley as well.
Second lane trying to come together. Walker to the outside. Now swipes the nose twice of Frank Horley. Aiden Walker mirror driving, trying to hold on to the top spot.
And he's got a lot lined up behind him. Thurston, Jua, White, all giving the big push. Bottom has the advantage coming to 4 laps left in this race.
I don't think that second lane is getting together the way they want. It's going to have to be now or never for some, but Aiden Walker knows it's going to be mirror driving central. He may get turned from mirror driving, but it's checkers and wreckers for the Tennessee Volunteers. 4 to go as they head to turn 1.
And they now are outnumbered on that high side. He might have the lead. Top 2 might get there, but high side has the numbers. Does anyone make that third line a reality?
It's gonna be close. Walker clears.
Not for long though. Looks like the 2 is right there. Oh, he almost played whack-a-mole with the whole field. And there you go. Top side's getting all bunched up top. And still with the lead is Walker.
Yeah, Barbagallo got trucked, and that was by the 98 of Riker Byram. Walker still holding on to the race lead. Now he jumps into lane 2, shoved by Frank Horley.
Down low, Thurston come to 3 laps left. He's got the lead on the bottom. Nope, just barely gets beat to the line by the 93. There's a move to the top side. Nobody gonna take it. Barbagallo on his own.
We talked about how James Thurston has the most starts in any e-ticket than any driver ever. He takes the University of Miami truck to the inside of the lead, toe-to-toe with the Tennessee Volunteers on the outside. That's shoved by the Rutgers too. Walker will clear down low, but time is ticking a pace.
White gets into... Oh, look like River Page. There's a crash behind. Real Gavin Austin in it. Daniel Mosteller in the wall as well.
Is
Coming
it enough?
to go. Oh, Morgan in it.
Caution.
We're going to overtime.
And we will see an overtime attempt. Frank Horley grabbed the race lead at the time of yellow.
Walker might be protesting it. He's saying he has the lead.
Oh, man. This is unbelievable. And I believe they are going to give it from scoring loop. Aiden Walker will be your race leader. Frank Horley will be second. Jackson Carr will be third. James Thurston will line up fourth. Drew Jua in fifth. And we will have yet another shot at it.
So it looked like, at least from what I could tell, White with a push, I think from Braden Movick, was trying to get up the middle. There was just nowhere to go. Movick, by the way, up to P6, so he's back in this thing. Let's see what happened exactly.
It looked like that was going to be the telltale to get back to the line to win the race. It wasn't, and we can watch it right here.
All right, so watch that 15 of White on the bottom, because I think he tries to go to the middle with Movick right around here. Yeah, Movick goes up top. He tries to go in the middle, and it just pinches shut. Contact with River Page. Mosteller somehow, well, he gets some contact in it.
I think if Kenny Real saves it, we don't have this issue. but collects Gavin Austin, and it's over for Arizona.
Yep.
Look at that damage.
Yeah, that is toast.
Another one bites at us. Heartbreak for many, but someone's going to find glory. Pinching, shoving, and we're back idle. 2 laps. That's all it's going to come down to see who's going to go to victory lane, and Frank Horley is there. We're looking at the Adam Garza machine, and we talked about how penalties can affect drivers. Garza has been 1 lap down for the longest, I believe. Now he will get back on the lead lap just now. Since his early penalty, he'll be up to the 20th position, and that will leave 28 drivers still laid around the racetrack. It will leave 20 drivers with the realistic shot at winning. We'll get the one to go next time by. But oh boy, I don't think there's going to be a lot of drivers, a lot of viewers sitting down for this one. This is what we expected late. It came a little bit early. It's late on the East Coast. It's late Central Time. But we're all here to see this finish. 11:19 East Coast, 10:19 Central.
Well, even with it being a 400-miler, this is the part where the fatigue comes in.
Yeah.
And, you know, some people might be like, fatigue, you know, it's not like they're in a real car. No, I mean, it's mental fatigue.
Right.
Because super speedway racing is such a mentally taxing, profession, I guess you want to put it, you know, whatever way you want to put it. And with that, you're seeing all these guys having to make these mental moves, having to figure out every lap which line to go in, who to go with, where to go to avoid a wreck, all of that. And so one lapse in judgment when everyone is going full on in an overtime finish, a green-white checker.
Something's got to give.
It's why we could see more than one possible overtime.
To all the viewers that have come on in and dropped a like on the stream, we appreciate you. We've been watching that live chat all race long. We're so glad you're here. As we get ready to get the lights off in a matter of moments, it will be Frank Horley, Aiden Walker, Jackson Carr, and James Thurston at the front of the field. They will line up 2 by 2 to try it again. We get it. The one to go is out. This race is going to come down to just 2 laps of racing. We're hearing reports. Dean Brummett out of the race. The opportunity for 2 is now no more. We're hearing word that anybody in this top 20 realistically has the speed to win this race. Now the question is going to be how.
Well, we've seen it all race long from the very beginning. That bottom line, they get the jump usually on the restart. It's the high side getting that push coming to turn 2 and onto the backstretch. So if Frank Horley clears, does he go up to the high side and try and block Walker, or do you stick with the bottom and try and get the run that way?
It's interesting to think also, Braden Lovick has not led a single lap. I don't know if Doug Willis Newbigging has. I don't believe River Page has grabbed one, and these drivers have been lurking. Movick has tried that slow climb. Mosteller, man, he's going to have to really lay down some hay there in 10th if he wants to get it done. This top 2 is going to be a brick wall. Overtime, how does it work? Simple. We take the green flag. If we take the white, this race is official. Next flag ends the race. Checkers, wreckers, no matter what it is. And at the end of the day, we know we have multiple attempts at an overtime finish. Frank Horley, Aiden Walker, Jackson Carr, James Thurston at University spread across the lower 48. And here is where we sit. Here is where we stand. If you haven't placed your bets, oh, you had to do that at the beginning of the race. If you haven't picked who you think or want to win, do so now. Because here we go. Horley, the New Jersey driver. From Wall, New Jersey. Walker from Knoxville, Tennessee. 2 laps to go in the SimShop Tailgate 400.
right, past the line, we see Horley had a bit of an advantage, but Walker on the high side going to stay right with him. The 2 truck just desperately trying to get clear. Coming out of 2, not going to do it. Walker staying right on his high side.
It's going to be tough to see. You see James Thurston slamming the tailgate of Aiden Walker. Gets him a nose out in front. Gets him a truck length down in front. But Horley a key for the Iowa State 44.
Jackson Carr with the big push. Going to get that number 2 truck right to the lead. Crash behind him. Thurston around. There's a big crash into the field. I think Mubbock's in it as well. Timos. And another caution, another overtime.
And we will try it again. I think you can kiss a 3-time E-ticket championship goodbye for Mubbock, for Mosteller. We're staring down a possible first-time E-ticket champion from anybody but Frank Horley inside that top 10.
We're seeing the replay on our end right now.
I think someone came up, if I'm not mistaken, and it may have been that of Drew Jua. If it is, it's done and over for him.
He's already letting people by, it looks like. Let's see. Because this would be the race.
Watch the 5.
Yep.
Drew Jua.
He went right up into him.
Right up the track.
That took Mubbock out. That got into Riker Byram as well.
And it's official. L5 Drew Jua, he is out of the race.
It's the first L5 in years, right?
It could be also the first L5 ever from what I am hearing from an E-ticket event. Now watch again. They're protesting to watch it again. We'll give them the view one more time.
We'll even do it in slow motion just to make sure.
But I mean, there's a common denominator that we have seen. And some are saying heavy netcode. I mean, it has got to be crazy netcode for something to go wrong. All right, we see it from this vantage point. I don't know what they see. I see someone coming up the racetrack.
I mean, it might have been netcode right before, but that was the trajectory he was on.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's almost an eye for an eye. If you thought he should have been out for the incident earlier with James Bomar, he's now out now. The only thing is he possibly just took out 2 drivers that so many look forward to possibly either getting a third or how it is. So Drew Jua, we are confirming, is going to be out of this race. I mean, he came up the track. It's very clear. There's no way to not see that. And that is 3 big mistakes in this race. 2 that you question if they were borderline. And if you question the other 2, I guess you could say there's 4 or 5 situations. And you will see the 5 pulled down to pit road. That will put Douglas Newbigging up a spot. That will put River Page up a spot as well. And we will get ready for a restart. Aiden Walker, Jackson Carr, Douglas Newbigging, Benjamin White, River Page, Riker Byram, and we should get the 1 to go. Jua is out. Horley, Walker, that's the front row. Where's James Thurston? We saw him involved in the incident. He gets it lined up and gets back it fired inside now the top 18. It's going to take a huge heave from him. But we try it once again. Now double overtime here in the Tailgate 400. Time to go green. Chevy on the outside, Ford on the bottom. Toyota on the bottom, all lined up, ready to go back green. I don't know. Can we get back to the line? Can this race be official?
It's going to be tough.
It's going to be very tough.
We saw it before. Walker had a really good restart on the high side. That's what kept him in the fight. That's why he's still back on the front row this time. He's got to have another monster restart, this time with Newbigging behind him with the push. Carr, he's got to push on Horley if that 2 is going to get clear.
All right. Getting ready for it once again. Crowd on their feet. Starting to see who's still in this race. Mosteller got it backfired. They got it fixed. Ford on the bottom. Chevrolet on the outside. Toyota on the bottom. Chevy up top. 2 laps. If they take the white, this race is official from Talladega. You're watching the SimShop Tailgate 400 overtime attempt number 2.
And a really good, solid restart for Horley. He's going to be clear. He's going to block Walker from the get-go.
Outside, inside, 1 contact in the wall.
Back.
But it's deep in the field with drivers that have been running back there. Multiple trucks. They have relaxed yellows on. And it was on a restart. They're saying let them race.
Horley, Walker, Newbigging, they're all up front. Walker makes the move, Newbigging with him. They're going to freight train the 2, and there goes Byram. He flips on his lid.
Multiple times up and over, back on all 4s. He keeps it rolling. Not done just yet. Let him race off turn 4.
Leading the race, it's Walker, Newbigging. They're lining up behind him.
Jumping, looking. This race is going to be official. Talladega, 1 to go from Talladega. Newbigging 3 wide.
3 wide for the lead. Newbigging has it, getting into 1. A push from Jackson Carr, side by side to the backstretch.
What can these drivers do in the closing laps? This is it. Newbigging on the outside, racing for pit. Walker on the bottom, needs a shove by Ben White.
Jackson Carr gives him the push. He's trying to get clear to make a move himself. Walker needs a move, not enough trucks behind him. Newbigging has it, Walker down low.
Oh, Jackson Carr's laying on him. Walker sideways, he saves it. Here comes Ben White on the bottom. This is gonna be the finish to the SimShop Tailgate 400. 4 wide, inside, making the move. White to cover, he goes for a slide. Benjamin White, victorious from Talladega, his first e-ticket title with the state of Florida, University of Florida Chevrolet. Can you believe it? Hearing word they will review it, but as of this moment, Benjamin White has won the SimShop Tailgate 400. Kenyon second, Sanders third, Garza in the 4th position, Barbagallo, River Page, Aiden Walker, and Frank Horley. They will review it because of the block to see if he caught the grass, but as of this moment, Ben White is your winner.
It's fine to be under the yellow line as long as you don't cause a crash coming back up.
And that's the big one too. The victory anthem will play. Josh Kenyon will also be called. He sits second. Sanders, Garza, Barbagallo, and Page White will get ready to do burnouts. Unbelievable. Kenyon, Sanders, let's review the finish. Now, this is the big thing you have to keep an eye out for. Wrecking anyone on the last lap is deemed a big no-no. Now, did the Gamecocks 81 get into the 15 to turn them, or did White come down? That's what they want to review, not trying to just randomly add drama to an already fun night, but this is something we talked about in the drivers' meeting. You can see White, he's covering. He doesn't want him to go below. He comes back up the racetrack. He is coming down, trying to block that 81. And they do both catch the grass. There's Carlos Truther. He goes up and over there as well with the 7 at Douglas New Bigging. That's going to be interesting. We're going to continue to monitor it. But as of this moment, unofficially, Ben White is your race winner.
It's one thing we talked about in the drivers' meeting tonight was that you can't, one, cause a crash in the grass or force somebody in there.
Yeah, hold the phone. It was talked about. This is something that we didn't splurge out. It was talked about, and we kind of knew drama was going to be a big thing tonight just because of how aggressive this car track combo is with the nature and just everything in between. Finding the winner with a legit reason is important.
See, on the last lap here, I mean, New Bigging had it with Carr on the high side. If he would have come down and blocked Walker, that might have made this entire finish different.
And the worst part about it, the reason why we don't have a double yellow line is to avoid that reasoning. The double yellow line is basically your buffer zone. You know, like when you speed on pit road, they say 55 miles per hour, you really get 60. So if you're going to play the double yellow line game, the second you hit the grass, we mentioned this, you're putting yourself at risk. Now, is White turning down on the 81? You could say, yes, he is. But let's say the 81 of Adam Garza then touches the grass on his own and passes White. White would still get the win.
But I will say this. You have to, I think, look at when they made contact and how far does the 81 go down into the grass getting pushed, if he is getting pushed, before he has to stand his ground. A la Brad Keselowski, Carl Edwards, 2009.
And another thing you got to mention as well, did Garza hit the grass before he hit White, and did he turn right? Because if Garza turns right, it's over. White has won. And we're not going to sit here too long. We have a clear and definite winner. Get to the interviews. But this is something we just need to review, and we're pointing this out for future races as well. Because let's say the Florida 500, what if there's a controversy like this? It's proving a standard. It's proving a point. We're going to close the left side. If we see him turn right, that's going to be the defining moment right here. So I'm pretty sure we're going to catch it live. There's the move. Aiden Walker into the grass. All right.
Enter the tri-oval here. Looking low. Looking low.
He did hook right. But when do you hear the grass hit? I think it's too much border. It's too borderline.
You gotta go slow motion almost on it.
And I think it is way too borderline. It's going to cause so many other issues. If you do play that game, it's official. Benjamin White and the University of Florida has won the SimShop Tailgate 400. Let's go talk to your race winner. Josh Kenyon second, Lane Sanders third. When it's that close, it is so tough to make a defining decision. We'll hear his word on it. We'll hear Josh Kenyon's word on it.
And hey, I'd rather be sure and check everything than not.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. Benjamin White, John Ramos, you got a copy. Congratulations on your e-ticket win.
Hey, I appreciate it. I do see in the chat there's some controversy about the win, and excuse my sick voice. I've been sick all week. This is kind of my flu game. So, yes, exactly. exactly. But yeah, just bear with me on my voice because it is not good. But yeah, just this was so intense. I'm very glad to have crossed in first place.
The whole state of Florida behind you. We had 3 Florida trucks, and you're the one that comes out on top with it, the University of Florida. Congratulations on your e-ticket title, the first one you've ever been able to get. But you mentioned it was intense, those closing laps. There was drama at every corner. You expected that. I want to say shout out to the officials for handling it well, too. We knew it was going to happen. It was talked about in meetings. Take it for what it's given. But you come out on front. Let's talk about the controversy, though. You, Adam Garza, what happens in the tri-oval? What are you thinking? What did you see?
I see that I'm leading out of turn 4 and into the tri-oval. Garza puts it under the yellow. I throw a little half block on him, and then he runs himself into the grass. And he doesn't turn like hard right, but he jolts right, which hooks me. And I believe that's what the controversy is about. And
he did jolt right. We saw the jolt right, without a doubt. Now,
yeah, and I think that was the last resort of, well, I got blocked. Let me see if I can do anything else to try and win, which didn't work. And I was able to hang on to the truck and cross the line in first. So from my point of view, that's how I see that finish. I know there's a lot of people watching, and people might see it differently, but I mean, I don't feel like the under the yellow line should even be viable racing surface anyways, but obviously you respect the rules in this, and he wasn't doing anything wrong technically, and I was just trying to do what I could to win without being dirty, and that's how I like racing. So
I'm reading this live chat. I think we're going to have a little bit of a post-race show. Agree, disagree on everyone? I love that there's agreeing and disagreeing in the chat. This is what racing's all about at the end of the day. You don't have to agree. You don't have to disagree. When you have a controversial finish, no one's going to be thinking the same way. In some eyes, I'm reading it right now, they're saying that was a terrible call. We're going to discuss it soon. In other eyes, they're saying it's the best call you could have had. So we'll continue to monitor Ben White. At the end of the day, we're not waiting 12 hours to change it. We're not waiting 8 hours to change it. In our eyes, if we can't make a definite call within 5 minutes after, it's late at night, people want to go to sleep, we have 400 miles, it needs to be direct. And one thing I will also mention, the yellow line is a buffer, and there's one quote I use all year. Jared, I think we used it too. When you go below the yellow line, that leader does not have to let you up.
No.
That is one thing that I think we're going to mention. We're going to talk about it consistently. And we want to hear everyone's opinion down in the live chat below. Your race fans, your voice matters. Dog, what do you want to say? That's his nickname, by the way, to the viewers back at home.
I appreciate everybody watching. Appreciate SimShop for sponsoring. Everybody that helps produce the broadcast and admin, and I mean, there's a lot of things in the background that go into this. And I was one of the off-track admins in the Indy 500 race that put on back in May, and so I've been on both ends of it, racing and being, behind the scenes, and there's a lot that goes into it, so appreciate the work of all people involved to make something like this happen.
Congratulations for being the winner of the 24th e-ticket event. That's Benjamin White. Adam Garza, I saw you in the chat. State your opinions and what you saw in those final moments.
Well, man, it was a wild race, and it definitely wasn't one of my best. I made a couple mistakes there at race, and to anyone that got caught up in that, I really apologize. The first penalty, I feel like, although, was way too harsh, but you put yourself in those positions and the way you drive, and I just wanted to state that first. But the finish there, I feel like it was all fair game, and once I hit the grass, I just lost all traction, and I overcorrected the car in a bend, so he deserved that win fair and square, and good for him. He raced clean all race. He was up front all race, and unlike me, trapped the lap down, and it was just a chaotic race, to say the least.
Okay, heck yeah. I saw your opinion down in the chat below with Ben White. Might as well just say it straight up here. Fair or foul?
Definitely fair. Definitely fair. Yeah, I did get to Ben's corner panel right there, but you know, with the way, you know, these plate races are at the end, and I got there, but I hit the grass and it was a mistake on me. So I cost myself the win right there. I felt like all the trucks in the top 5 there were deserving the win, like just the way the circumstances played out. But yeah, that was all on me. Ben deserves to win this race, and he raced clean, and I felt like it was a fair finish at the end there. I just made a mistake and cost myself the win.
Heck yeah. Congratulations on such a hard-fought battle. That was Adam Garza, race fans. Josh Kenyon, P2. How about it? You had to wait in suspense. Your heart rate had to be just jammed up through your chest.
Oh, man, bro. That was insane. I mean, we started that race off with my best queue for an e-ticket, and, you know, I think we all saw how it started. If I'm not wrong, Adam Garza, the same guy who caused that wreck, I was 2 laps down for 70 laps, and I came back somehow, and I had a little bit of damage that I couldn't see, and it wasn't engine damage, and it was hard to draft with people. I needed somebody behind me, and, you know, I was making allies towards the end. I was missing all the wrecks, and I still haven't really seen the replay, and I know people are trying to fight for me, and I appreciate that, but I still haven't really seen it. But man, I finished second, and I was like, okay, I got second, and then the suspense of, you know, you saying it was under review, that got me, and, you know, it sucks a little more now, but man, I fought so hard. Like I said, 70 laps, I was 2 laps down, and I made it back to second, so I'm proud of myself for that.
All right. Heck yeah. So glad to have you here. Congratulations on P2. Hey, we have another e-ticket coming in December. Great American 500. You ready for that one?
Yeah, I gotta see if I'm able to make it. Might be going skiing, but yeah, I just want to thank everybody in the chat that was, you know, rooting for me. No Granger, he's been there forever, and I want to thank RGR and Derek Shaver and all of them. They're all great people, and thank you for hosting these, and it's a lot of fun, and these e-tickets are a lot of fun, and I'm glad the viewers enjoy it, and hope it was a great turnout for everybody.
I think it was a whole lot of fun. It's going to be one of those we're going to be talking about for a while. Josh Kenyon, ladies and gentlemen, the Syracuse truck finishing second, but it was Auburn winning the Iron Bowl. Lane Sanders on top 3. Lord. Are you kidding me, Lane?
That's what I'm saying, dude. John, y'all looking into the luckiest man award. You're looking at a prime candidate. 30 laps to go. Dude, we had the Georgia car kill Basin in the Bama car. The Bama car landed on us, broke the right front off. We spent.
You're the highest finish. No, you're not the highest finishing SEC driver.
Five cautions fixing that thing, and then we had to fight to get the lucky dog. And then there was one like the green flag pit stop caution, and we were trying to pit. I passed me and Garza. Shout out. Adam Garza, we are real troopers. We were both a lap down for 90% of this race. Garza was in the wreck. I passed him. The caution came out. I should have got lucky dog, but I got a penalty and it took it away from me, so I had to fight to get it. I had to fight Contreras to get it instead. And we got it, and we clawed our way through the field for a P3. I didn't think, coming to the white, we were just barely holding Josh. I was committed to Josh. I was going to push him straight to the end. And we were close. I saw all that crap go down. I thought for sure we were going to get second because I saw that's not Swaggy in the 15. That's Benjamin. That's White. I thought he and Garza were going to crash, and I thought we were just going to run through it with it. But holy crap, dude. We got Auburn. We got War Eagle. Where are all my Bama fans at? Where all you at? Crimea River. We got it up here. E3. War Eagle.
Oh man.
Lord, hang on. We running in memory of Bobby Allison tonight. You know, really big inspiration to me and a lot of people around the country, especially meant so much to us in the state of Alabama. You know, he and his sons were so good here. You know, we put his name on the truck since he passed away a week and a half ago. And, you know, we got everything. Got to thank everybody. Sanders Racing Designs. You know, we run that. I run that out of pocket. Just commissions for paint schemes. Hit me up on Discord, by the way. If y'all on the IDK server anywhere, you know me. Racing for Jesus, we had them on the truck. Gotta love them. You know, we had Auburn, of course. We had, of course, Papyrus We had Papyrus, my go-to sponsor on here. You know, that iRacing basically now. But man, I was sitting here. You probably wouldn't have wanted to interview me after that, John. I was not in a good mood. I was fighting up here the whole time, getting my laps back.
Lane,
Man.
this whole race was a roller coaster. Jarrett just mentioned it and basically rekindled the memory. Riker Byram flipped and finished 13th.
Yeah, I know.
On one lap.
Riker came in there. Riker came in there. He's like, Lane, I can't. Riker in his Texan accent, he goes, Lane, I cannot believe that I finished that race and got a top 15. Last time we were here, I would have got a top 5, but you know, we had a scuffle in the tri-oval and I ran over a TCB and wrecked us both. That was in April. I think this was this is what we should have got in April. You know, man, I think I've gotten, that's my first top 5 and my first top 10 in an e-ticket. And this is like my 5th or 6th one. Gotta thank everybody. I've been looking over here on my other screen, seeing everybody that would say, go Lane, go. I love y'all.
Heck,
I love y'all so much.
Lane Sanders, everyone had a roller coaster ride. Either they were throwing up saying that was the worst race, and Lane's like, let's go again. Oh, man, love it, man. Really do. Congratulations on that top 3.
Thank you. And one last thing. Just remember, everybody, War Damn Eagle.
Lane Sanders, congratulations on that one. We'll continue to interview. Matter of fact, we're still getting the final lineup to see who's going to get what. But before we do that, we saw it in the chat. They want to hear it. Riker Byram, flip and finish. Some were questioning how that wasn't a yellow. Riker Byram flips, gets the truck back going. And Riker, you got a top 15 out of it. I mean, that's some West Texas stuff right there.
Yeah, I figured I'd do a trick before I finished the race. You know? I had some struggles the whole time, so I figured I'd have a little bit of fun before I headed out. So, yeah, that was wild. That was wild. It really was.
Unbelievable race. Attrition set in, long green flag runs set in. How did it manage for you, and what did you see?
Well, other than that one pit stop where I kind of blew it, hit the brakes early up in the middle lane and got hit from behind, other than that, it was pretty good. I know not really anybody got to do any green flag pit stops, but it felt like it took forever to do this race. So it was pretty tough to manage it for me personally, because I'm not a smart guy when it comes to this stuff. So I just hit the gas and go.
You know what? Hit the gas and go. Why not? Let it roll. And that's what we saw out of you. Congratulations on your finish in your top 15.
Thank you. Hope y'all enjoyed it.
Oh, we did.
Oh, we very much did. That's Riker Byram. Let's get to the drivers that have won awards through this race. The winning isn't done. You thought we were done? Not a shot. What we have so far, we're going to interview them. Let's start with the winner of the most laps led in this race. That's going to be Aiden Walker. Walker, unfortunately, getting turned just at that last moment. So close to winning his first e-ticket event. We're very grateful for Aiden Walker coming on by and racing with us in the Tennessee Volunteer Truck. Walker, on behalf of SimShop, congratulations. You have led the most laps in this race.
Thank you. It's kind of sad I didn't win, but I still got...
Yeah, you still walk away with $25. The Great American 500's coming in December, and we know how much you love Chicagoland. But this race right here, bittersweet now, I guess. You seem that way.
Yeah, I mean, I've had multiple situations. This is probably the best situation I've had at the end of an event, because every other event I've either wrecked myself out, is Florida 500, or just had very bad luck at the end there. So I'm just happy I made it to the end. Just kind of sad to just not get up to the line first. So
heck yeah. Well, $25 is heading your way. Congratulations.
Gotta thank my sponsors.
Go right ahead.
Well, first of all, I gotta thank Kingston Sports for joining on there in Maryville, Tennessee, at the Foothills Mall. I don't know if they are watching right now, but if they are, and anyone out there that lives in the East Tennessee area, go down to Maryville, Tennessee. If you're ever going to like a Vols game, go down there. There's a lot of NASCAR There's a lot of NASCAR stuff, football stuff. Every kind of sports gear is over there. So I mainly want to shout them out because, I mean, you know that. But, and of course, gotta thank my other sponsors: Lively's Custom Diecast, Cogwheel Motor Company, Blue Line Tennessee.
Well, I will give you this real quick. Sorry, hate to cut you off. Congratulations on winning the I Have 40 Wins Hard Luck Award. It's $50 going your way.
I mean, that's half at least. So, I mean, it's
hey,
pretty good.
Saying thank you to SimShop and I Have 40 Wins for sponsoring the awards. Walker now getting to, hey, who knows? You know, you probably could have walked away with
I will admit, what Byram did was insane. Because I watched that after the race. That is insane. How he just blew over and just went back going.
Yeah.
Even kept it above the yellow line too.
Heck yeah, congratulations on everything that went your way. Can't wait to see you in the future, and we know that e-ticket, it's on the way. Xander McKinney, how about this one? We love safe driving. You know what, this could be an Allstate commercial, except it is not an Allstate commercial. It's a Lucky Duck Motorsports Clean Driver Award. Xander McKinney, you had the same amount of incident points. I believe it was 4, but you finished the highest out of all those drivers. You are the Lucky Duck Clean Driver of the race. Congratulations.
Thank you. I mean, that horse was prepared for battle. I mean, got to give all glory to God. He's the one that gave me this opportunity.
It's a wonderful day, isn't it?
Yeah, wonderful day for some sim racing.
We saw that meme you posted in Moshpit. It looked really cool. But hey, congratulations, big time win. Talk about this race. I mean, you were really clean. I started wondering, man, are you going for it? Like, is that what you were trying to do?
I knew they were gonna stack them up pretty late. I was hoping that they would really wad them up towards the end, but they never did, and I just kept on getting gridlocked towards the back. I couldn't really go anywhere, and then Vila pushed me on a restart, got me up to 15th, and then on that final restart was wanting to go somewhere, and then Contreras and Tyler hit each other, knocked them into me, killed my steering, and I couldn't really go for it.
Well, it was interesting, and I'm very unfortunate that you couldn't get there, but hey, $25, that's going your way. And we would love to see you in the future. Ohio State walks away with some dough. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We're not done just yet. Josh Kenyon has now won, if I am not mistaken, looking, waiting, and now approving. He has won the Luckiest Bean Award. Josh Kenyon, you're back. Congratulations. $25 is heading your way. You are the luckiest bean of the race. I love this, actually. I love the fact that we get to have awards and prizes given at the end of the race.
Wow, this is crazy. I mean, wow, I can't even believe what just happened. I'm going through a roller coaster of emotions right now. I knew I lost, then I had a feeling, and now I got an award for it. So, you know, I want to appreciate I want to appreciate everybody who brought this event here. John and Jarrett, you guys, the best for putting these on and having great commentary. And, you know, I got family that, you know, watches these, and they think you guys are really great commentators. And
we appreciate that. Love the Kenyon family.
I wanna thank Schulte too for making all these beautiful.
Shout out to
overlays.
Andrew Schulte with the overlays. Unbelievable stuff. Very grateful that you said that.
And I want to thank the Bean team. It was almost at the end. I was gonna work with Truther, and I didn't realize there was Frank in front of me, and I went high with Truther, and he went back low, and I would have stayed with Frank, but I didn't realize there's Frank. So, but it still worked out in the end, and man, that was great. I don't even know what to say. There's so many things going on right now.
Unreal. Well, it's just one of those e-tickets, right? How it ends, you just can't believe it went that way, but it did. For you, Josh, congratulations. We expect great things from you in the future.
Sir, thank you.
Well, we'll pull it back to our studios in Nashville, Tennessee. We still see that there's a lot of talk in the chat. Very grateful for it. One, thank you to everyone that dropped a like on the stream, tuned in to the 24th e-ticket event. To the race, a roller coaster of emotions, from disqualifications to engines blowing to storylines fading, and then White declared the winner. We went to review it, declared the winner again. There was controversy. Jarrett, thoughts?
It's Talladega. I don't know anything else that we could expect at this point. I mean, 11 cautions and a 400-miler. So it was definitely one of the more wild e-tickets that we've had in a long time. You look at the ones that had more cautions than this one, and it's usually 100 miles longer. But, you know, we knew going in these trucks are going to be difficult. I mean, they're just going to be difficult to keep on the ground, let alone drive. So I guess, you know, you can't really expect too much more. We had a bit of a rough start, but the racing itself, when they got it going, was wild. 3-4 wide at different points. And hey, you know, these e-ticket events, we can go anywhere as long as you're basically not trying to force yourself up to make a crash. Yellow line's open. And on top of all that, we saw a blowover and then just keep on trucking to a 13th place finish. So
yeah, it's just any other e-ticket, right?
Yeah, just any other e-ticket.
Well, it was very exciting to see how that all went down. My opinions on this might as well go out and give it. And this is, once again, we have driver meetings in the mosh pit before every single e-ticket. If you haven't joined the Discord, join the Discord down in the description below. We'll be in the mosh pit discussing anything if anyone has any questions. We know some drivers possibly have some questions of what happened possibly outside of the initial incident, but that yellow line is there to let you know where the racing surface is. And we talked about this to the drivers. Once you go below that yellow line, there is no reason, and in our opinion, that a truck or a car or a competitor that's ahead of you should let you up. If you're going below that line, you better hope that you either get let back up or you're fast enough to get through. In this case, Adam Garza was not quick enough to get through, and it was going to be close. Did White crowd him? 100% he crowded him, but I don't think he crowded him enough to force him into the grass that caused the wreck. The big thing with us was when we saw the jolt back to the right. The second that right jolted, we realized, you know, yes, tough situation. You got to now go for the win. You got to jolt back to the right. If the roles are reversed, will we have switched it? I think it is so close. There is no way you could sit here and review it for 10, 12 hours because you fall into more issues. At the end of the day, it's almost like tie goes to whoever crossed the line first in a controversy. In that site, it was Benjamin White. And what did it take? 3 minutes? 5 minutes, maybe at most.
Maybe.
So Benjamin White winning the race. That is official. Agree, disagree? At the end of the day, your opinion is yours, and we're glad you have one and care enough about what we do here to continue to give your opinion, because guess what? We have an e-ticket coming up. Jarrett, what's going on over there in Chicagoland?
Oh, the Great American 500. And you know what it is? It's the spiritual successor of two great events we've had in the past. The Chicagoland 500, I believe in 2022.
Correct.
And then the Great American iRace, the series finale at this point of the NR Cup series back last year that had an amazing fuel mileage finish that came, a fuel mileage photo finish. I don't know how many times we ever get those. So that's going to be going on. Hometown track of Chicagoland Speedway. And hey, I mean, I'm heading back up to Illinois. Maybe I'll stop by and see how the old gal's doing.
The driver demand is high. We have a lot of demand for that event, and we know we may need to make it a multi-day show. We could be bringing back that single car qualifying. Jarrett, when should we go green with it?
When, how about the last Sunday before Christmas? Or last Friday before Christmas?
I would say the last Friday sounds a little bit better.
Sunday'd be nice, but I want to go against the NFL. I want to watch my Vikings hopefully win over, I think, Seattle that week.
Hey,
let's do last Friday before
Think
Christmas.
about it. This was an event the last Friday before Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to all the race fans out there. The last Friday before Christmas. We'll get that date locked in. David Bell, thank you for super chatting. Snappy 452 as well. Bell also dropped down a $10 super chat and a hot pass. Jacob Wilkerson with a hot pass. Derek Hammer dropping down the hot pass. Eric W, 5 gifted membership. Snappy with a 2 and Eric with a 1 gifted membership. Race fans, thank you so much for hanging out with us. And we will see you all once again real soon. I'm John Ramos alongside Jarrett Lumberg. You've watched the 24th e-ticket event. Thank you for tuning in to the SimShop Tailgate 400.